Hello guys, welcome. Wait, why is there's a thingy on my screen? Wait. Hello, hi, are you guys ready for some toxic fury? You woke up super early, oh no. 12 and what? It's like 12 noon? Is it 12 noon? Or 12, wait. Sleeping at 7 a.m. is no good. No, that's a weird time. It's a weird time. Please, if you need some rest, do rest, guys. Please rest. But what am I gonna do about this little thing? Oh, I think I know how to fix it. Okay. Alright, there we go. That's... oh. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Wait, no, nothing's wrong. Wait, that's correct. That's correct. Alright, all is well with the world. Yes. Okay. Alright. So, Toxic Yuri time. It's 12 noon. Okay, and you slept at 7? But... but what? Can make it auto-read? No, I like it because I might miss something. Especially since like I read chat in between, right? So I might miss something if I put it in auto-read. Okay, let's load the game. Let's continue. Let's do the what did I want? The castle, yeah. So I will go to the castle today. Good idea. Yeah. All decent fairy tales tend to conclude in castles once they're beleaguered. I don't think I know that word. Let me check. Beleaguered. Suffering. Okay. Subjected to constant or repeated trouble. Alright. But the Bond heroines are finally able to wed the handsome princess they once dreamed of. Ah. Think the Twitch delay is less? Yeah, there's less delay on the Twitch side. The YouTube side has an automatic delay no matter what. Why bother trying your luck with the shore, which may very well be deserted, or the village, which will be full of dirty, barefoot peasants? Damn, that's a bit much. It is far better to skip the suffering and go straight to the grand finale. That is very astute of you. I did not realize you had it in you to be so mercenary. I can only wonder what you will uncover during your moonlight meandering. The night is far from over, and your adventures are only just beginning. I hope only that you have brushed up on your curtsies. They might come in handy when one is interacting with a sovereign. Royals can be temperamental after all. If you fail to treat them with the prerequisite amount of respect, you might come to regret it. Hydrate, thank you. Okay, thanks. You follow the path which leads to the castle, supporting yourself in weary, aching legs which feel ready at any moment's notice to detach from your hips. You're little more than a wisp of a girl, but you have been running for so very long, and your feet are so very numb. You feel like a great lumbering thing, clumsy and ungainly. The soles of your feet are screaming at you. You need to lie down, and quickly. You only hope as you continue to run that you will find a spare room available for you in the castle. You do not know what exactly will await you at the castle, but you have visions as you run of a vast, opulent dwelling. This dwelling will surely be full of finely furnished rooms in which you might rest your weary head. There must also be a king and a queen inside the castle. Hi! Whoa, you're still awake! Hello! Oh, you woke up! Are you gonna go back to... Oh, happy streaming. Thank you. I'm just playing a Toxic Yuri visual novel for free! Thank you for the sub. Thank you. Okay, where was I? There must be a king and a queen inside the castle. This castle, you ponder, who will be kind and wise, and what of their children? What of a princess? Every good castle must possess a princess who will take pity on you and your plight. You can imagine the face of this generous princess with ease, thanks to the fairy tales you read in abundance as a small child. The princess will be fair of hair and blue of eye, with soft pink lips pursed like rosebuds. The MC is a bit too, I don't know. They're really looking for somebody, you know? They're really like, I want to find a cute girl. And I'm like, okay, MC, but like, you're dying. You're dying right now. Her limbs will be slender, her hands dainty and unsullied from physical labor, and her sensibilities will be sweeter than marzipan. She will be kind to you and compassionate, just like an older sister. You do not know what older sisters are like, though, or younger sisters for that matter. You're only guessing. You're not a complete fool, however, despite your tendency to daydream, and you do have a few reservations. Monarchs do not, as you know from voracious reading, have the best track record when it comes to caring for the peasantry. Was there not a famous queen who once said, with a cavalier wave of her hand, that the hungry peasants in her kingdom should content themselves with cake if bread was not an option? You think that this might be a misquote, but the point still stands. Though royals are supposed to grant their subjects succor on their time of need, this does not always happen. It's very fairy tale like. I try. In fact, it very rarely happens. Kings and queens and princesses and princes are just people at the end of the day, and they are subject to the same caprices that all humans are. They can also be careless and selfish and inconsiderate. There is no guarantee that this mythical princess of yours, of your imagination, will help you. Why, there is no guarantee that this mythical princess exists at all. Still, you must try. It is this hope which keeps you going. You continue to run to the castle. It takes some time before you finally emerge from the woods, but finally, you do it. How much time, you ask? I cannot answer that. Did I not say that time had begun to lose all its meaning? The forest is behind you now, at least, and all the awful nightmares which dwelt within it. It is still cold, though, and foggy, and very, very dark. The sun has yet to rise. You can see the moon more clearly now, though, as it hangs above your head, round as any pearl, or orb, or crystal ball. The moonlight shines down upon the castle, which looms in front of you like a cliffside. The stone edifice of the building is imposing, and it drowns you in shadows darker than the depths of the deepest ocean. Yuri. Okay, have a nice rest. Thanks for stopping by. Yes, Chud, we will continue the story. This time with the princess. Where was I? Deepest ocean. I said that right. Yeah. The castle is not all dark, though, not like the night sky above it. When you crane your head, you can see that there are lights flickering within, in the narrow, slitted windows. It would appear that somebody is home. The king and the queen, perhaps? What of their servants? What, perhaps more pressingly, of their guards? You half expect, as you stand there, that armored knights will accost you for daring to approach the castle of King and Queen so-and-so. Do you not know your place, foolish peasant girl with the dirty skirt? Begone with you. Wait, I thought we were of, So are we peasants? Or maybe we're like from a rich merchant family and they placed us in a boarding school, but we're not exactly of noble birth. Slay the Princess. You know, I should try to get the other paths in Slay the Princess. I really should. Yeah, we came from a fancy school, so I'm just guessing maybe we're in a merchant family. Or... I don't know. I don't know. It could be, because like, if it's royalty, they would have their own tutors in the castle, right? Anyway. You are not, of course, a peasant. Oh, okay, there we go. Thank you for answering our question. You're not, of course, a peasant. Your family is a wealthy one. Or rather, they were before your father made a series of poor financial decisions. You do not look like a young lady right now, though, with your dirty face and your dirty skirt, which is torn at the hem. Just had to wait one more line. I know, we're being too impatient, aren't we? If any guards were to take you for a vagrant, it would not be surprising. But, though you stand there dithering, your filthy fingers hooked in front of your filthy skirt, you do not hear any cries. Nobody sounds the alarm. Lights might be on inside the castle, but there's nobody outside of its perimeter standing sentry. There is nobody to impede your entry, and the elaborate iron gates which are set into the vast stone walls about the castle's exterior are open. Just a crack. It would be a trivial matter to slip inside. There's nobody to stop you. Why are you trembling now, you silly thing? You have come so very far, it would be an act of foolishness to turn around now. Go on, go. You inhale, perhaps in an attempt to screw up your courage, which has at long last begun to fail you. And then you step forwards. You slide between the wrought iron gates, as stealthy and as secretive as a thief, then cross a path which leads up to the tall, imposing structure. You know, I feel like, oh wait, we skipped a lot of the early traveling part, I guess, and that's what took long previously, no? The domed doorway which leads to the castle itself, hewn from stone, is closed, but at a push of your palm, it swings inwards. The door creaks alarmingly as it opens, the sound loud enough to split the silence like a thunderclap. You inhale at this and glance around. Your eyes dart hither and thither. If there are any guards posted about the castle's grounds, they should all have been alerted by now. Will they come for you at long last? What will happen should they catch you? Will they throw you in the dungeon? That does not sound like a pleasant way to spend the night. At least you would have a roof over your head, though, and you would not have to keep walking. Your feet really do ache. You stand there for an indeterminable amount of time, your heart pounding a panicked, irregular rhythm in the base of your throat. But no matter how much time elapses, no guards come. You are thankful for your good luck, though it does make you wonder, where is everybody? Why? It is almost as if all the people in the world have disappeared. Could you be the very last human left alive? Wait, so I guess the princess is so very lonely in the castle too, huh? The intro was about 20 minutes. Yeah, it was quite long to say that I was afraid and running away from another lady that we don't know about either. Okay. You frown, then press your palm back against the door. You push less cautiously this time, heedless of the loud sound that splits the silence. There's no point in worrying about the guards, not when they might very well be non-existent. She's royalty in the Yuri game. I'm guessing 85%. She's lonely. Yeah, true. Okay, your entry to the castle secured, you then take a step forward. The door swings shut behind you, and the resultant slam makes you jump. You did not expect it. Your heart knocks against your ribs, and with wide eyes, you glance about. You're standing in a vast entrance hall made of stone which splits off into any number of passages. At the very end of the hall, meanwhile, there is a large, elaborate staircase, one which seems to extend to the heavens themselves. It is dark inside the hall, but there are numerous torches set in scones, and the stone wall, which are aflame. They offer some relief from the shadows. If the princess is alone, is she lighting all of the torches one by one? You can hear the faint sound of the wind outdoors as it moans against the castle's impervious walls, but you cannot hear any footsteps. You cannot hear any voices. You cannot, more importantly, hear any people. Maybe the castle is empty. If that is the case, though, then who lit these torches? It is a curious conundrum. Magic? Or Beauty and the Beast situation? Oh, maybe. You muster up the remains of your courage, then cry out, addressing the empty hall in timorous voice which fails to properly fill up the space. Hello! Hello! You say, your eyes wide. Is anybody there? Your voice echoes. Anybody there? There. Your voice echoes through the vast empty hall, but it is met yet again with silence. You cannot say you are too surprised, but it is somewhat disappointing. Not one to be deterred, you try again and again. Hello. I'm just trying to do some echo over here. Your voice growing louder with each subsequent attempt. No, I can't. I have a slight sore throat right now, so I shouldn't be too loud. No matter how loud your voice, however, it fails to reach any ears. If anybody is here, they do not seem to be particularly sociable. That or perhaps they simply cannot hear you. Could they be in another room? Yes, that must be it. You'll never find that pretty fairy tale princess of your imagination if you stand idle, you know. This MC is not... Actually, I got sick from when I went out last weekend. After the small tourney, I got sick. I think I'm not used to going out, that's why. So, I think I have to take multivitamins now. Or, I don't know, eat a balanced diet. Okay. And it's time to get to work. Put those legs of yours to good use. Okay, not knowing what else to do, is there anything else you can do? You begin to explore. You examine the rooms first in the ground floor of the castle, which are of a similar scale to the impressive entrance hall. Large and richly furnished, but utterly unoccupied. Vegetables. I did eat mixed greens, so that's counted. Maybe I should buy more just so that I feel a little bit more, healthy? Maybe? I don't know. After some time of aimless meandering, encountering nobody save the ghost of eons past memorialized in portraits upon the walls, you muster the courage to ascend to the second floor. Waiting for MC to also look for a washwoman in this castle. She has a type, apparently. This floor too, you examine, wandering through a seemingly endless series of hallways until, at long last, you find a door which is ajar. From between the crack in the door and the jamb, you can see flickering light. Irregular, yes, but it is light nonetheless. Could it be from a fireplace? That would suggest then that this room is occupied, unlike all the others. Perhaps the kindly princess you dreamed of will be awaiting you in this room. It is with a trembling hand that you press your palm against the door. Hi, Hisha! I didn't know that's how meandering was spelled. I always thought it had an N. Meandering. I read it correctly, right? Aimless meandering. I hope I read that correctly. But hello! What's up? Meandering? No! Okay. Here we go. unlike all the others. You know, I do like the even if it takes a while to get to like the meat of the story, right? But the way it's written, the way it's prepared, I feel like if it was on a, you know, a typical novel, it doesn't seem that long. I guess it just feels long for a visual novel, but then again, I haven't played that many visual novels yet, so maybe this is the standard. Hello, what's up? Okay, unlike the others, perhaps the kindly princess you dream of will be awaiting you in this room. Also, I feel like the MC is too, I mean, I guess that's the point of the story, right? But the MC is literally, for sure, looking for someone, looking for a love interest as they run out of the forest. Yeah, the writing is really, I think the writing is lovely. It's not you know how some creepy pastas are written? It's not oh, thank you for the follow. Oh, hello. Hey, you transferred to Twitch. Thank you for the follow. It's not meandering. Oh my god, yeah. So like, you know how as much as you're interested in like a certain creepypasta, the way it's written is very, well, you know, technically the creepypastas are written by people who are just starting out, right? And it's practice. It's free stories. I couldn't really complain. But you could see that they are beginners. You could feel it in the writing that they are beginners. But then when a creepypasta is like so well written, you can also really feel that it's so good. It flows well. And this one flows quite well. It's a lot of trying to build something up, but they take a paragraph to say one sentence. Yeah. And like sometimes rather than giving a lot of information, it's giving a lot of the same information rather than giving us a variety. Gotta start from somewhere. Yeah, they gotta start from somewhere. So like, even if I'm like, this writing is a bit I still commend that they tried. And I'm sure they're gonna get better as they keep going, because they're doing it. Okay? It is with a trembling hand that you press your palm against the door. You push it. Princess! Okay, no princess yet. No princess yet. Then you step inside the bedchamber, which unveils itself to you. Shyly, you stand in the threshold of the chamber. Much of your courage extinguished and gasp. The bedroom itself is gorgeous. It is a chamber of luxuriant? I've never heard of luxury said that way. Luxuriant, not even the shadows can obscure the fine craft of the furniture within it, nor the rich patterns on the walls. It is the girl inhabiting the chamber, however, who truly takes your breath away. Okay. Our MC is too, our MC is a bit too thirsty. But I'll let it go because I really like how it's written. But they are thirsty for sure. Cute though. Cute art. Cute art. I was watching a video essay on fake video games, like people. Oh, wait, I think who's the from what channel? I feel like I know who it is. Because I do remember watching as well a video essay. Yeah, Super Mitchell! Nice. I do watch a lot of their content. Some good horror ones are so good. Yeah. That's such a nice video essay too. It's such an interesting topic. And then when they just add the UI to a really cool artwork, it just looks good. That was a great video. Sitting upon the velveteen sheets of the towering poster is a girl in a sumptuous red gown who seems to be of a like age to you. The art style's adorable. He made a second video of fake video games a few months ago. Apparently I missed 3 of his... Oh wait, he had a second one? Oh, I should check it out then. I remember the one I watched was maybe last year. I should see the second one. I would like to see it. You do not have a clear view of the girl's face. Her head is bowed, her gaze directed downwards at her lap. You can tell from her hair, however, and from her slender calves. Where are you looking? Which protrude from beneath the hem of her skirt that she is very pretty. You can tell from the hair and the calves that she's very pretty. Huh? Okay, whatever. Just watch Backrooms, so I've been on a horror streak. You really made me appreciate all horror. I should watch, but I'm kind of scared. I do want to watch, but I am frightened. Baby cows? Calves. You can tell from the baby calves that she's very pretty. No, same wavelength. Nice, nice. The girl's hair is golden, just like freshly cut wheat. But it is the red of her dress which truly captures your attention. Oh my god, her outfit slays. That's what she's saying. Same brain cell. Okay, weird thing, but a friend said that his thesis mates, basketball players, admire my calves. Oh my god. I think that's a great compliment if an athlete will admire your calves. We take those. We take those. She is so striking, you cannot look away from her. Ah, is that a doll? That's creepy, but okay. The girl is not alone in her chamber either. She has a companion, though this companion is not half so endearing as she. In her lap, perched upon her velvet skirt, is a doll. The doll's hair, like that of her mistresses, is golden, though much of it is hidden beneath the bonnet. Okay, I have a feeling I know where this is gonna go. I think this is the foreshadowing. I remember having one of those dolls. Found it bald in the attic. I had one that had brown hair and the red dress when I wasn't that scared of it. Because, I like the, kinda gothic Lolita-esque look of it. But then after a while, it started getting a bit more creepy. It would close its eyes when it lays down. Oh. Okay, thank God I don't have that one. Talking about dolls, have you seen Dead Silence? No! What is it? Is it a movie? Is it a game? Let's see. Oh! Scary! Okay, click away. I got scared! I got scared! No, I have not seen it. The girl is adjusting the china teacup held in the doll's tiny hand, while the rim of the cup glints in the light which exudes from the fireplace. If the girl is of a similar age to you, it seems strange that she would content herself by playing with dolls. Is she not too old for it? This girl would be more at home, you decide, at a ball, wearing an extravagant gown, speaking with wealthy noblemen, perhaps even princes. She would not be sitting in what you presume is her bedchamber, adjusting a teacup in a doll's hand. It's her hobby! Let her be! Oh my god. Back to safety. I got scared, okay? When I looked it up, the first thing that showed up was the movie poster of the it's a ventriloquist doll, right? I got scared. Ventriloquist dolls are scary. Though I'm not like as scared of it as, let's say, yeah, I think I'm still more scared of fish heads than ventriloquist. No, maybe it's equal. No, I don't know. I guess it depends. It depends. But they do get quite scary. Okay. Next. But you are not afforded much more time to stand there marveling at the girl because she turns. She raises her head. Gasp. She was like, gasp. What if puppet fish? That's frightening. No, that's why I'm afraid of the talking fish toy that people hang on the wall. That's why I'm scared of that. Same like concept, right? And then it talks and it's battery operated, but it's like still kind of squishy. It's a movie about people being haunted and killed by the spirit of a ventriloquist. She has to be turned into a doll before being buried, and lots of people get found dead and turned into dolls. Oh no! I didn't know about the fish heads. I'm scared of fish heads. When the head's cut off already and when like the meat's already prepared, of course I don't have a problem anymore. I eat that up. But like when the fish is like fresh in the market, everything intact, I guess except for the organs, right? They've already removed that. But the eyes are still there. Eek! Eek. Very eek. Okay. She raises her head. Then her eyes meet yours. You thought the girl pretty when first you observed her sitting on the edge of her plush velveteen bed examining her doll. Now she's looking at you, however, her face illuminated by the flames in their grate. You can see that you were mistaken. She's not just pretty, she is beautiful. So much so, it is breathtaking. She looks as though she had stepped out of the pages of a picture book. She's simply too perfect to belong to this world. Isn't that what the MC said in the previous lady? This MC is like, oh, pretty! Woohoo! I love horror, but I always have to sleep with the lights on. I love the lore, but I get spooked easily. Same. I do love reading like horror lore because they're so interesting. And then I don't want to open my eyes when it's dark. I'd rather just close my eyes if I can. And like sometimes look for my cats too. Scary. Too scary. Perhaps she is some kind of vision, a walking dream, a hallucination. But no, she's none of those. The doll on her lap is a cold, hard thing made of porcelain, and it is unflinchingly, reassuringly real. If she were a mirage, surely she would not be able to handle physical objects such as this. What if the object's also an illusion? Hereditary spooked me for a month. I've been so a few months ago, I went through like a bunch of videos of someone just recapping horror movies, multiple horror movies. And because I couldn't watch them, right? So I was just watching someone recap it in YouTube. And then like I did that for maybe a whole week or something. So I saw a lot of different horror movies. And then I couldn't I had like a really dreadful feeling at night when I go to bed. I had this like uneasy feeling every night when I did that. Anyway, yeah, horror is not good for my heart, but very good for my soul. Okay, where are we? It is strange, though. The doll, though immaculately made, looks oddly imperfect when compared to the girl who is holding it. She is so startlingly beautiful. She even puts man-made representations of feminine charm to shame. The sight of her makes you feel rather weak. Oh my god. Oh my god, MC, snap out of it. You always have had a fondness for fair maidens, haven't you? Oh my goodness. You're rather hopeless when it comes to them. Even worse than a knight errant from a courtly legend. Your aesthetic appreciation is not particularly ladylike, but, well, it is not every day a girl encounters an elegant beauty like this. Attire in red, illuminated by the firelight. I suppose I can forgive you for this rudeness. As too can the girl. She does not seem to be the type to hold a grudge. Oh! The girl. Oh wait, I need a more ho 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 kind of voice. Let me drink some water. MC's just like this. I need a more oh! The girl says, in a voice that, surprisingly enough, far less refined than her appearance. Oh, she's not refined. I was gonna keep a more refined voice. Maybe not as refined, but still refined, right? Ojo-sama? Yeah. A more Ojo-sama kind of. It gets so lonely here, indeed. The title of the game. So very nice so far. It is good to see you. I've been waiting. Has she? That is news to you. You blink, perplexed. A response on the tip of your tongue, but you're unable to expel it to the either. The girl is setting her doll aside. Then she stands, the hem of her skirt swishing about her legs. Nimbly, like a ballerina, she canvases the space between you. Her room is so very large, there's quite a lot of space. Then takes her hands in her own. You must, the girl says, her eyelids aglow with excitement. Be my new lady's maid. It's been a while, but it's such a relief that you finally arrived. I knew that you would. You'd never leave me alone, not when you knew how long I was waiting. Oh, I'm so happy. The girl's mood is contagious, so much so, you find yourself being swept away in it. You're tempted to accept any identity she might press upon you. You have never been a maid before, but you might not mind being this girl's maid. She does not seem like a poor mistress to serve, not if she is always this kind. You cannot mask the confusion, however, which flickers across your face. You're not a good enough actress. And, in any case, this is all happening too quickly. Wait. I'm sorry, I'm actually watching a League of Legends game at the same time as I'm streaming. And, the team I'm cheering for is winning. Okay, I just thought I say that. It's on my phone. I'm looking at it sometimes. Is it her Oshi? It's my second Oshi. I'm cheering for the Korean team, T1, and then I'm also cheering for the European team, G2. They're winning. I'm so happy. Anyway, let's keep going. I've been distracted. Why? You barely know this girl. Why is she being so familiar? It is with blank, bovine eyes that you examine the girl. Your befuddlement is pronounced enough that even the girl, despite her good mood, notices it. She frowns. Then she says, her finger sliding away from your own. Or am I mistaken? Are you not my new lady's maid after all? I need a more, how do I do a more Ojo-sama voice? I can't always add oh ho 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 every time. I need to look for something that would work. The disappointment in the girl's face is abundant. So much so, your heart clenches. You do not know her. She's still a stranger. but you are struck all of a sudden with an intense desire to appease her. You do not want to let her down. The thought is devastating. You were not aware, you tell her, that you had applied to be her maid. But if that is what she wills, you would not be opposed to it. You have to speak from the diaphragm. Okay, I'll try. You pray that she forgives you, though for your discombobulation, you come from a distant country and you have traveled for many miles. You know, the only time I heard discombobulate was from Sherlock Holmes. The second time I have stumbled upon this word, discombobulate. All the Sherlock Holmes film, and then all of the memes afterwards. And then this. So these are the only places that I've stumbled upon this word. Discombobulate. Okay. You know not where you are, or you do not know who she is. Okay, I'll try a diaphragm. What? I can't. You do not know who I am? It is regrettable, you tell her, but no, you do not know her, though that is no fault of her own. It's working? Okay, I'll keep trying. Why, you have spent such a long time running, you hardly even know yourself. Ah, so you are a fugitive then, from another country, I see. I won't pry into your past then, if you'd rather forget about it. I don't mind sharing my past with you, though. She's flirting with me. Everybody in this country knows who I am, after all. Or at least they should. Now that is quite the impressive boast. If it were to come from the lips of another, you would find it unpleasantly arrogant. The face card is working. I dub so well, thank you. Oh, thank you. Okay. Let me drink some more. So the face card is working. And our MC is swept. You do not think, however, that this girl is trying to show off. You get the feeling instead that she is merely telling the truth. If you don't have the pleasure of knowing me, then allow me to do the honors. My father and mother were the king and queen of this realm, and I am its princess. I've lived in this castle all my life, so I don't know much about the outside world, but I know that other countries do exist out there. I presume it is from one of those foreign countries that you come from. Wow, we ran away so much that we ended up in another country. It is very good to meet you. I've always wanted to talk to somebody from overseas. It feels like quite the opportunity. Oh, why hehe? I wish it was ho 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 ho. The girl giggles at this and you smile in response. You tell her unthinkingly that it is your pleasure, really, to meet her, or at least you mean to. You only get halfway through this remark when the full gravity of what the girl has told you sinks in. Has royally. You come to a stop. Then you stare. Did she just say she was a princess? Yes, that's right. I'm a princess. And one day I'll be a queen after I've done a little bit of growing up. My ministers don't think I'm ready to run the country just yet, but I've been doing my best at my lessons. One day, I'm sure I'll be the best queen there ever was. So she really is a princess. That makes sense, you suppose, given she lives in a castle, but it comes as a surprise regardless. You hadn't known before you entered this chamber that you were trespassing on a lady of such great renown. Why, if she willed it, she could have you executed for your carelessness. An ugly red flush creeps up your face, a flush which is far more lurid than the princess's dress. As you look to your feet, bashfully, you stammer out a new address. that you were very sorry for intruding upon her, and you hope that she can forgive you. Oh, it's all right. Think nothing of it. I don't mind, really. We all make mistakes. And anyway, you weren't to know. You said you weren't from around here. You nod your head in silent affirmation. It isn't a complete lie. You really are not from this country. You're not from this world at all. What? Oh, I guess they just mean world, country kind of thing rather than, you know. There's a fourth time you've shown on my recommendations. Hello, welcome. Thank you for clicking. Welcome, welcome. How wonderful. I look forward to picking your brain later. All of my servants come from nearby villages. Their tales are all the same, and so are their superstitions. I could do with a breath of fresh air. My last lady's maid told me I was too impetuous, but I don't think there's anything wrong with wanting a bit of adventure. Not that I've ever been afforded much of it. I've been shut up in here for so long. I hardly ever get the chance to talk to other girls my age. My last lady's maid was older than me, and so was the one before her, the one before her. Some of the princess's fair mood seems to dissipate when she speaks, her expression turning by degrees into something rather more pensive. Like societal world, I guess. Yeah, I suppose. Just to make sure, say so. Very say so. Even the game, surprisingly, despite it being a Yuri-focused game. Oh, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Like, oh, a peasant! I've heard of one of you before. Is that what you mean, Chud? Chud finally understands. I really like say so. I'm glad that the algorithm is finally working. Poissant! A poissant! But I haven't seen any of my old ladies' maids in a while, or any of the other servants for that matter. They've all disappeared. Now that is quite curious. How could a whole household full of servants simply disappear? That I don't know. This castle was full of servants once. My ladies' maids, and my undermaids, and my scullery maids, and my housekeeper, and my cooks, and a large retinue of retainers. They're all gone now, though. I think my ministers must have sent them away. I don't know why they would have done that, though. They didn't explain it to me. But then again, they never explained anything to me. They still treat me like a little girl. It is so tiring. She said that her ministers sent her servants away. What of her parents, the king and the queen? Will they not be the ultimate authorities in the castle's hierarchy? Come on, MC! Come on, figure this out! Retainers! Her parents are gone! Oh, a poor person, I've heard of those! I thought they were just a tale made up by father. Oh my gosh. Yes, they would. Yes, if they were still alive. But they are not. They died a long time ago. I was raised for most of my life by my servants. Oh, you answer. And then you flush. I flush. You hadn't known. It's alright. You don't need to apologize. I'm just happy that I have you now. I was getting sick and tired of only having my dolls to speak to. They aren't the best conversational partners. You can imagine so, yes. You doubt any doll, even one made by a talented artisan, with an intelligent face indistinguishable from a human's, would be very good at answering back. Oh no, they aren't. They're hopeless at I'm stumbling on my words, guys. They're hopeless at it, really. They're so stony-lipped. You've no idea how much of a relief it is to see you. This castle is so big, and without my servants, it feels so very empty. It gets so lonely in here. Title drop! Title drop! Title drop! Is she gonna say it? There we go! There we go! Now that is an interesting turn of phrase. It catches inside your head like a burr. Have you heard it before? Yes, we did. You do not have much time to ponder this. However, because the princess is speaking anew in that curiously conversational manner of hers, which does not seem particularly princessy. Oh, I'm not supposed to. Right? I'm not supposed to talk princessy. But, you know, I mean, I'm trying to, but it's not quite. So I guess that's close enough to not being super princessy and like trying hard princessy. So don't I land correctly? There's the second one. So is there only one romanceable? So that should explain 3 routes and 3 ladies. So this is our second lady. We just started the second lady. Yeah. I don't think the stories are related to each other because you literally find them lonely. So the stories are like isolated between each other. That's how a game should be. Only one choice. Kinda agree. Like when you meet one, it sticks to one path, right? Kind of agree. But then like I don't usually the last visual novel I played, which was Slay the Princess, you technically also only have one choice. So in a way, I've only been choosing a one choice kind of game. She's a princess that's not speaking princessly, and you're not a princess trying to be princessly, so you hit the middle. All the same. Prefer the game where there's multiple characters, but if you go for one, everyone is locked. Oh, yeah. Yeah. When it's not like that, I usually just lock it myself, right? Like, let's say Stardew Valley, and you just aim for one person kind of thing. Though I didn't aim for anyone in Stardew Valley because I didn't know who I liked. Technically, yeah! It's only one princess. Hello, Toxic Yuri o'clock! Hello, hello, welcome! Or if you go off the path, you can and will break your current choice hearts. Oh, yeah! There was a game that did that. I forget which one. I think it was Rune Factory. Rune Factory did that. That when you guys are already together, oh wait. Was it Rune Factory? I think you had to be engaged before it actually locks everything. I'm not sure. Actually, of course, I could theoretically make it. Go, write it down, write it down! Maybe she learned how to speak from her servants. Oh. Now, you know what? It's fine. It's fine. For distinguishing the two. Oh my god, my team is winning. My team. That's my team. I'm sorry. I'm still watching the game. They're winning. They're winning so much. I think I'm going to rewatch it again later. Because it's a stomp. Okay. You heard Rune Factory. I played Rune Factory 1 and Rune Factory shoot. I played 1. I played another one after that. And then I played Rune Factory was it 5? The one 2 years ago? That was disappointing, by the way. And then I played Guardians of Azuma, and I love Guardians of Azuma. I love it so much. I chose the demon king boy. This game gives me unsafe thoughts. I don't think you've gotten that far yet. The character in front of us right now is my favorite. So far, from what I heard, I asked the person that recommended me this, I asked them how what should I expect? And technically there aren't any like explicit stuff. There aren't any explicit stuff, but there's a lot of implied stuff. So you don't really see anything. But things are implied. That's all. So in a way, say so, but only in the visual kind of way. Was it the golden sheep? I can't remember. I actually can't remember. What's that? What are all these huh? 4 and 2? Huh? Still need to play the latest one. If you say it's awesome, then I'll play it. I like it. I like it a lot. It's a huge improvement from 5. Because 5 was a little bit disappointing. I think Guardians of Azuma is good. It's good. We were there for that. I remember. Oh, okay. Wait. What happened to the gravedigger? She killed me. The gravedigger killed me. Oh wait, no, I went. Technically, I didn't die. I quote-unquote reset the story. Hello, happy Friday, weekend hype. Hello. There's themes, yes indeed. Okay. Go back a bit, I mentioned it. Oh, my bad, alright. Which one? You know what the next will be like? Oh, do you mean 4 dudes, 4 girls? Is that what you mean? I'm unsure. Technically, the gravedigger is fun. The gravedigger was fun. But why'd she have to kill me? Okay, next. That would explain why her consonants are so unrefined. Oh, I'm supposed to talk more unrefined. Well, it's okay. I'm not of a noble upbringing. I'm sure it's unrefined enough. Oh, but listen to me yammering on again. It's a bad habit. I really must put a stop to it. You're probably tired, dear one, from your travels. Would you like me to show you to your room? Yes, the princess announces, before you can say anything in reply. I think I'll do just that. I might show you a bit around the castle first, though. It's like a maze in here, and I wouldn't want you getting lost. You'll be staying here for quite some time, after all. Yeah, I think I know what's gonna happen. Yeah, I did a route already. Is the ad done? I hope the ad is done. I put it in the shortest. Hi, Sean, hello! You're not British now? I'm not British. I'm Filipino. So basically, I will make a game where you follow one path, and if you divert to another, it will ruin the first path, and you can go back, repair it, but it won't ruin the other, and there's a chance you'd ruin everything for everyone. Oof. What happens if I don't choose any romance and I just go, that is exactly what I did in Stardew Valley. I just go on with my life without choosing anything. Okay, that would be an ending. Nice. At least I got one ending, and then I'd be like, okay, what am I gonna do next? The princess then hastens to take you on a tour of her home. Fortunately, she does not show all of the rooms in her abode, and neither does she offer overly long descriptions as to what the few rooms she does show you are used for. Jean, wait, are you watching MSI? Are you watching an MSI? Please tell me you are. I'm actually watching at the same time as I'm streaming, and haha, G2. Okay, I should stop. Okay. Oh, yeah. So there's gonna be like 10 in total to choose from. Nice. That's a game. Oh wait, are you a man or a woman in this game? It's a Yuri game. We're a girl here. We are a woman. Unintentionally got a no romance ending in this patch. I still haven't played this patch, unfortunately. Oh well. I will. Soon, maybe. Okay, maybe not soon. Why is the team not winning yet? Oh my god. How are you? You guys know each other? Nice. Nice. Small world we got here. Okay. She does, however, pause by the kitchens where eat. I saw kitchen, I thought eat. She offers you some victuals. Once the growling in your belly has been satisfied, the princess then resumes her journey. Oh, that's nice. She was like, here, have some food. And then let's keep walking. But what about my legs, though? They're oh so tired. Oh, so tired. Should listen to Shadow Islet from the Singing Monster. It sounds good. I should check. I'll check it out later. Let's see. There you go. My Singing Monsters. Nice. Okay. It is in my next tab. Found Pommelie just earlier and I've been lurking. Thank you. Thank you for hanging out. A princess serving you. Something's afoot. Something is afoot. I actually have a feeling from the way she was talking about her dolls often. My team is winning. Okay. She leads you down a dark, twisting hallway and up a stairs of equally dark, twisting steps until she arrives at long last before a door. My demon! My demon! Okay. Thank God. Alright, now I can actually focus. I'm sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. I'm so happy right now. I'm so very happy. I'm gonna watch that again after my stream. Oh, just so you guys know, it's not football, okay? I did watch football earlier, but I'm watching something else right now. All right, okay. Let's focus on the Yuri. The princess pushes this door aside summarily, thus permitting you entrance to a small, humble bedchamber. This chamber is not half so opulent as the grand bedroom in which the princess resides, with its resplendent four-poster and its richly patterned wallpaper. This room's ceiling is not as high, and the singular bed shoved against the wall is thin and narrow. The walls are an unassuming beige, and the floor beneath your soles is of warped wood. Eee. Okay then. They're taking me back to sleep. I hope you enjoyed the game. Yes, I am enjoying it. Do have rest. Do rest. My only spoiler is you haven't finished a playthrough, and if you want to get the full experience, you have to do multiple. Oh! Okay then. Okay. I will take note of that. Have a good medicated sleep. Yes, please have a good rest. Thanks for stopping by. There's a Melodorus scent. Melodorus. I don't think I've stumbled upon this word yet. But I'm gonna use context clues. Melodorus scent too, which hangs in the air. One of disuse and general decay. Oh! Kulob. It smells, I guess, like dusty and unused. Malodorus. Having bad odor. It just says bad odor. Oh! Funky. And rank. Yeah. Kulob. Yeah, it's just a bad smell. I suppose. The disuse smell is kulob, but general decay sounds horrible. Fancy words from Fancy Lady. You get the feeling that nobody has slept in this room for quite some time. That might explain why it feels so very cold in here. I think we need to open a window or something. Get the air circulating, you know? Though if the princess's tour of her castle has taught you anything, it is that it is cold in every room in her abode. And now here we are, the final stop to our tour. This will be your room, dear one. I hope it is to your liking. The princess, despite her exalted status, looks somewhat uneasy as she observes you, her eyes upturned like those of a loyal dog's. Is she concerned about your reaction to this room? Perhaps she is afraid that you will turn your nose up at her kindness. For a princess, she is awfully eager to please. That's because she has a plan. MC, snap out of it. You're gonna get murdered. This unexpected contrast between the princess's lofty title and her ingratiating attitude makes you smile. The room is rather scanty, yes, when it comes to its content, but it is more than passable. It has a roof and 4 walls, and though it is cold, you fancy you will feel warmer once you have slipped beneath the bed's sheets. The room is not quite so fancy as your dormitory at the conservatoire, and neither is it so large, but it does have one glaring improvement over your previous lodging. Wow, she was really in a fancy school, wasn't she, to have a very fancy dormitory. You will not be expected to share it with anybody else. There's only one bed in this room, and this bed is to belong to you? Okay. That phrase kinda... I stumbled upon the words there. You think that the peace and the quiet will do you a world of good. You tell the princess as much, and she smiles. That's good. I was worried you wouldn't like it here. I know it isn't much to look at, but it's one of the nicest servants' rooms that we have in the castle. Most of the maids sleep beneath the roof, and this tiny room which is all cramped. There's 10 beds up there, and they're so close together. There's barely any room to pass between them. I thought it was perfectly ghastly when I saw it. The last time I went up there, not that I was supposed to be up there. It was a rainy day and I couldn't go outside, so I was doing a bit of exploring. If the housekeeper had known I'd been sulking around, I don't think she would have been best pleased. Well, in any case, nobody sleeps there anymore. The scullery maids are all gone now. I couldn't put you up there, though, in the attic with all those empty beds. I don't think it'd be very cheery. You're not just a scullery maid, you're my lady's maid. That means you deserve good lodgings. It'd be an insult to offer you any less than this. Now, it is getting late. You'll have to forgive me for rabbiting on. I've heard it's something I tend to do. It is a bad habit, one that's unbecoming for a lady. The housekeepers warned me enough times. You reassure the princess to the contrary, smiling as you do so. You do not mind that she talks too much. That is better than not talking at all. Her affable nature makes it easier to spend time with her, manners be damned. You were always scolded too back in the conservatoire for your behavior. You know full well how aggravating it can be to be upbraided, not for any particular misdemeanor, but for being yourself. Well, I'm glad you understand, the princess answers with a giggle. I really should be off, though. It's bad manners to keep you, especially when you look so sleepy. Get some rest. We'll talk more tomorrow, if you don't mind my ceaseless prattle. I'm glad you seem to appreciate it at least. Though I'm sure you'll get tired of it eventually. All of my old maids did. The princess departs. Oh, I forgot to use ho-ho. We let Graves be herself too. Uh-oh! And in her absence, you take a seat upon the bed, your new bed. You cannot help but think that this is all happening very quickly. It does not seem like very long ago that you were still in the forest running for your life amongst the tall, imposing trees, with their gnarled, grasping branches. The forest might as well be a distant memory now, though. You are indoors, inside a castle no less, and you have been given a room in which to sleep and clothes that you might wear. Might wear? What do you mean, might wear? Oh, thank you! Thank you for the watch streak, Felix! How's it, your friendship? So far, so good. But I already have my doubts. Hydrate, thank you. I am very much on my toes right now. Yes. It seems premature still to declare that you are out of the woods. In a metaphorical sense, I mean. But things could certainly be worse. You force yourself to stand on legs which feel too weary to support you and change into the night clothes hanging in the wardrobe. The night clothes do not fit you properly, but you're too tired to care about that. I'm getting hungry. I actually have some popcorn. I was eating it earlier while watching games. When I take my break, I'm probably gonna eat some more and then continue the story. Yeah, that's what I'll do. Okay, you are too tired to care about much of anything. You retreat to the bed and slide beneath its sheets. Then you let your eyelids fall shut. You exhale. And lulled by the breeze which blows outdoors, you fall asleep. You are so very tired. Your sleep is a deep, dark one, darker even than the furthest abysses of the nighttime. Like the nighttime sky, however, which shimmers with stars, your sleep is not devoid of those prismatic fragments you humans call dreams. Though in this case, I'd rather think your nocturnal imaginings are worth rather more than that. They are not dreams, are they? To which your slumbering mind is subjected. You know that they are not. Otherwise, your body would not be so very cold, not so clammy. Not so very, very cold, not so clammy. The images that flicker beneath your closed eyelids, like the ghostly images in a phenakistoscope were not conjured from within your mind. Oh, wait, I think, is this the one that, those old school projection tricks? Wait. Phenakistoscope. Is that the one? Oh, okay. Never mind. It's the one that has the animation one. Which, you know, still old school. I thought it was called something else. Did this not have a different name to it? Okay, well, whatever. I know what it is now. Phenapines? Phenakistoscope. Alright. Oh, the original, like, animation stuff. The old school animation stuff. They were instead taken from your memories. You're not merely dreaming, you are remembering. You remember the girls who slept in your dormitory and how they always hastened to use the shower first, so you were last for breakfast. You remember how, when you finally did arrive at the dining hall, the most desirable morsels have already been snaffled up by the girls who got there earlier. Bullies. You struggled too to find a seat once you finally did get your hands on some food, because nobody ever wanted to sit with you. The other girls all acted like you were a leper, save for when they wanted favors. They never asked for these favors, mind. For why would they? To them, your father's prestige did not matter. They were all wealthy ladies too, many of them wealthier than you. When everybody has the airs and graces of a princess, how is anybody supposed to stand out? You stood out the least in your class, perhaps because you were one of the smallest, the frailest, and the sickliest. You always came down with colds in the winter. Maybe it's also because you kept flirting. Do you think maybe she was flirting a lot at first? But still, that shouldn't be something to be bullied about. That's so bad. Your poor health did not stop the other girls from treating you as a servant, though. When they remember that you existed, when they remember that you existed, of course. She flirts with everyone in the boarding school. Like, it shouldn't be something to be bullied for. Especially with their level of bullying, that's too much. To the point where she couldn't even, eat on time. And also they did pretend that she was dead, remember? That sucks. Doctor! Hello! Hydrate, thank you. Hello, doctor! Welcome! It was your lot in life, as you dwelt within the stone walls of the conservatoire, to carry school bags across the field like a pack mule. Then came the evenings. The girls in your dormitory had you sewing on missing buttons and ironing out the creases and wrinkles in their uniforms. If there was an odd job that needed performing, you would always be asked. But these girls did not ask you. That would have been too civilized. They ordered you instead. And as they ordered you, they laughed at you. They laughed and they laughed and they laughed. The laughter hurt, but it hurt considerably less than the kicks did, and the slaps, and the pinches. Oof. Quite the title for this game. I know, right? So this is a visual novel toxic yandere yuri game. So just imagine the title is It Gets Lonely Here, and then there are yanderes everywhere. Yeah! This is a piece of culture. I'm going to die. I will be dead by the end of this stream. I hope you have a defibrillator. Please, doctor. Once during an embroidery lesson, one of your classmates had an accident with her sewing scissors. She stumbled, or at least she pretended to, and before you knew it, the silvery blades of those scissors were embedded in your left palm. Whoa! Chill! Lady, chill! Oh my god! Doctor, help! Doctor, please! I'm bleeding! This happened quite some time ago, when you were even littler than you are now, but you can still remember it. Free scissors? What the fudge? It hurt a lot. The scissors were sharp and they perforated your skin. Not all the way down to the bone, but enough to bleed. Your wound bled bright red like strawberry jam all over your embroidery. Then when your professor saw it, she shrieked. Her face turned as pale as way, and she looked for a few moments as though she might faint, though you were the one who was in pain. Your professor looked at your face. She could not bear to look at your hand. Then demanded to know why you could not be more careful. Hello? How could you accidentally stab? The professor's in on it. As per usual. As per usual. Her tone had been an accusatory one, almost as if you had stabbed yourself in the hand with your scissors to goad her. Goad. The pain in your hand hurt, but the giggles of your persecutors hurt all the more. They never were punished for that. Perhaps your professor did not care enough to punish them. Perhaps she, like everybody else, thought it was all your fault. The wound, when all was said and done, was not too deep. You did not even need any stitches. Oh, okay. So I guess it was just a flesh wound. It healed well enough in time on its own, but still left a scar, a white raised thing like a crescent moon. You still have that scar. You do not know how much blood you lost. It seemed like a lot back in the classroom. You could smell it in the air, sharp as iron. But it could not have been that much, evidently. If your wound had been more serious, perhaps your professor might have cared. Perhaps your classmates, too, would have felt some modicum of guilt over what they did. But this seems very unlikely. A perforation in her heart. Oof. You know that your blood meant nothing to your classmates. Why should it? If you meant next to nothing, then the blood in your veins was, if such a thing is possible, even more inconsequential. You feel disoriented when you awake. At long last, with the rising of the sun, you do not remember what you dreamt, but you do not think that your dreams were of a particularly pleasant nature. Blood. If they were, your heart would not be hammering so. Ill at ease, you glance around. You are lying in a narrow bed in an unremarkable room, one with dull beige walls and a warped wooden floor. Where exactly are you? This does not look like your dormitory in the conservatoire. Not unless it has shrunk threefold overnight. Your brow furrows as you attempt to recall the events of the night prior, until, with a gasp, it all clicks into place. You remember now. You're running through the woods trying to escape from... You shudder. You do not want to think of what it was you were trying to escape from. You presume that you must have given your hunter the slip. Though, because you are still in one piece, awake and alert enough to face the dawning of a new morning. You still have all of your limbs, and your facial features appear to be in the correct configuration. That is more than enough to be getting along with. You look at the foot of your bed, then blink. Bemused at your discovery, you can see lying upon the sheets a garment, 2 garments actually, of black and white folded into a neat white square. A maid outfit. The princess prepared the maid outfit. What could that be? A maid's outfit? If so, it would not be too surprising. You can now recall your visit with the princess the night prior, and her assertions that you must be her lady's maid. Well, if that is the role she wants you to assume, you have no qualms with it. It is far preferable to the other role you played last night, that of a startled quarry running from its pursuer. You press your fingers against the humble maid's attire. It feels surprisingly soft to the touch, not coarse like you expected. These clothes are rather fine. Did the princess put them there? If so, that is all the more reason to wear them. You're not churlish enough to deny her hospitality. You rise from your new bed, then undress yourself, unbuttoning the front of your plain white nightgown and settled it aside. This task accomplished, you then clad yourself in your new attire, black, white, and eminently sensible. You feel very far away from the girl that you once were. Your face might be the same as always, but something within you seems to have changed. You are no longer a student, not as long as you mean to reside within the princess's castle. You would far rather be her servant. Assured of your newfound identity, you retreat from your chamber, then make your way to your mistress's bedroom. The castle is a large one with many, many rooms and many, many hallways to connect them. And for a brief while, you find yourself horrendously lost. You cannot remember where the princess's bedroom is. You are beginning to feel rather disoriented when, to your relief, your eyes snag upon a stairwell which looks rather familiar. Could this be the way? You ascend these steps, your footfalls cushioned by the plush carpet which lines them. Then find your way down the very same hall you traversed the night prior. I really like how the writer gives everything, like, you give a sense of how rich the place is, or like how shabby it was in the previous stream. In your memory, if your memory does not fail you, then the princess's bedroom ought to be... Yes, it is here. You rap upon the door but receive nothing in the way of a response. Is the princess still abed? You wonder briefly whether you oughtn't wait until she has risen of her own accord. It's giving setting, sense of place, and it adds just how rich princess is supposed to be. Yeah, it... Okay, I don't want to like... How do I say this? So, the books I've read before, I usually stuck to books that were written during 1800s. Because I was reading okay, if you guys know League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, it's a comic that takes characters from books, from classic books. So when I read the comic for that, I was like, I want to read the source material for all these characters. And most of the characters came out during novels written during the 1800s. So that's what I've been reading back then. And in a way, the way the writer describes it, it's not exactly like that, but at least it reminds me of how those books were written. Because heard of it but never read. I know some people hate the movie though. I'm okay with the movie because I watched the movie first and then I read the comic and I was like, damn, this comic's good. So what happened was, when I was reading, so after I read all of those, well, not all of them, a number of them, after I read a number of those novels, I read novels that are made a bit more recently, and I was a bit disappointed with how different the writing is. And maybe it's just because it's from a different time, right? Hi, Elva. Hello. Elva, you might like this. You might like this visual novel. It's free, too. It's Yuri. It's Toxic Yuri. It's Toxic Yuri. Yeah. Elva Yuri? No, I think, like, it's an interesting topic. The toxic part. So I was talking about how the writing in this visual novel is quite nice, and how I do appreciate how descriptive it is, unlike the more modern novels I've read. Okay. Have I read this? Yeah, I've read this. Okay. The sun is high in the sky, and it would seem a shame to let the princess sleep through the day. You ought instead to rouse her. That seems like the sort of duty a lady's maid should attend to. Back in my day. I feel kind of it feels kind of rude for me to say that, but maybe it's only because I got used to the writing of the other authors and also the time period of their writing. But when I read another novel that supposedly... So, I read a novel that supposedly, during the 1800s era. But the author is a modern writer. So I was a little disappointed. Because the setting was still supposed to be 1800s. But the writing did not give 1800s. It was not giving 1800s. Valid experience. You only read older novels? Same. I've also only read the older ones. Only because I want to know, like, all the Because there's so many movie adaptations, right? And I'm like, no, I want to see what the source material was. That's why I went and read them. And I was like, damn! Damn. Eating sushi. Ah! Share! I want sushi. Oh no. Maybe I should buy some tomorrow. I'm going out again. Yay, I'm going to the mall. Maybe I can buy some sushi. Let's see. You enter the princess's bedroom and glance about. Her room looks much the same as you remembered it from the night prior, though the ceilings seem even higher when viewed in the wan morning's light. Oh, but okay, one thing though, as much as I said that the way it describes things is kind of like the older novels, the way the author puts things in parentheses and has added, snarky comments or something reminds me of creepypastas, sadly. Sadly, it reminds me of some creepypastas. But, at least it gives a personality to the MC. Slightly. Stares at my bread with peanut butter. Hey, that's still good. That's still very nice. Wow, I'm hungry. You can see now that there are fewer shadows to impede your view. How very opulent your young mistress's abode is. Her armory. Okay, I know this is the cabinet, okay? But when I've never read it out loud. Does that make sense to you? When I read the word, I just read it, I see the letters, I know what it means, but I've never read it out loud. Armor? I just know it's a cabinet, okay? Is large and imposing, as is the grate in which you will be expected to keep a fire lit during the nights. Yeah, like how I don't know how to say some words. Yeah, I know what the word is. I know what it means. This combination of letters, I understand. How to say? The princess herself, meanwhile, is curled on her side beneath the sheets, looking rather less grandiose than her title would suggest. Auri. Auri? Auri still messes me up. I do say that as Auri, unless that's wrong. Is that wrong? Uh-oh. Am I wrong? Okay, since you reacted like that, I guess I'm wrong. I'm gonna check it out then. Where's the audio? Audio? Do they not have an audio thingy for the dictionary, the Webster dictionary? Oh, there. Awry. My bad. It's awry. Okay, then. I did not know that. Never mind. Word too hard. Screw that. She is attired in a nightgown adorned with frills, and her hair is split across her pillow like spilled gold. Wow, what a description. Spilled gold. I read it as Ari too. Yeah. Awry. Awry. You know what? Now that I read it, yeah, awry makes sense. Screw that word though. In her slender arms, meanwhile, she held to her chest is a doll. Oh, wait, why did I add... in her slender arms, meanwhile, held to her chest is a doll. The very same one she was cassetting last night. You suppose this doll must be her favorite. Idly you wonder what the doll's name is, though you do not suppose it matters all that much. It is time to wake your mistress. You call out to the princess, but she is largely unresponsive. Her eyelashes are still sewn shut, tightly shut, and her lips pursed in slumber. You purse your lips too and sigh. Well, nobody ever said your job would be easy. Once again, you call to the princess, and this time she replies. Her response is not a favorable one, however. Nyeh. Nyeh. She sighs and turns away from you, her doll clutched to her chest. Just give me a little longer. The princess sounds so enfeebled, but you do not take pity on her. If you have learned anything from the conservator, save for knowledge pertaining to the respiratory tracts of fish, what the hell are they teaching you in that school? Anyway, it is that one must be cruel to be kind. You do not think this adage was practiced with any great success in the conservator, but perhaps it will have more of an impact upon the princess. Fish Surgery Biology 104. You tell her once again to wake up. More stern this time. You will not let her sleep, for she has slept long enough already. It is very slovenly, really, to still be abed in such an hour. Oh, defeated, the princess sighs. All right, I can see that I can't twist you around my little finger. I'm up. You don't need to nag me. Once you have roused the princess from her bed and you put her doll to one side, you set up her toiletries. You aid the princess in the brushing of her hair, a chore to which she submits willingly, like a cat might allow its fur to be brushed. So, the brushing of hair the previous route was more romantic. But this one, it's more like a task. You allow yourself to ponder as you run the bristles of the princess's brush through her hair, how wonderfully soft it feels against your skin. Okay, never mind. She's still thinking thoughts. But a curious query from the princess. Are you alright, dear one? Brings you back to your senses. You were rather lost in thought there. Nope, we're so back. Look lively now. You wouldn't want the princess to catch wind of your salacious thoughts, would you? Huh? Tisk tisk! I thought that you have learnt your lesson about that already. Suitably chastened, you finished with the princess's hair, then set the brush aside. Now that the princess's tresses have been taken care of, you must start on her attire. MC, clear thoughts. Clear thoughts. The princess remains seated upon the edge of her bed, looking up at your askance. Askance? Okay then. She does not ask you to avert your eyes, nor does she make any motion of divesting herself of her nightgown. Because sadly, you're not really much of a person right now. It really does seem as though she expects you to undertake this task on your own. My thoughts have never been clearer. Is that alright? You asked the princess as much. You would not wish to impinge on her modesty, but she only laughs. Yes, that's alright. It's what you're supposed to do if you're to be my lady's maid. I'm used to being dressed and undressed. I'm not a bit squeamish about it. She might not be squeamish about it, but you are. You have never seen a naked woman before accepting yourself. Weren't you in a dorm? I thought, okay. Alright. Speaking as someone that's from an all-girls school, okay? It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. If she's really from an all-girls school... Well, then again... I wasn't gay like the MC, I guess, so... Maybe it's because the MC is... Yeah, the MC is repressed. That's true. That's true. Very well. Even then, however, you have always dressed and undressed furtively. Not wanting to examine your body for longer than is strictly necessary. Just do the same thing, MC. This is your job now. Job! Is she getting paid? Her press plus royalty. Doomed. Oh my god. Okay then. You have never much liked the way that you look. You make a few more mumbled objections, but the princess sweeps them to one side and easily. It's alright, I might be a princess, but we're both people underneath all of our clothes. I doubt we look much different. You're not so sure about that. You have not yet seen the princess unadorned, but you already know to look at her face that you're different. She is much, much prettier than you are, but she's waiting, and you do not wish to keep her any longer. You steady your nerves. Then you reach out with trembling hands, and you begin to undo the buttons which run down the front of your princess's gown. You work as quickly as you're able, which, given how badly your hands are shaking, is not very. You fumble with a couple of the buttons, flinching as you do so. The princess, however, seems blissfully unaware of what it is exactly you are doing. Or not doing, for your fingers have begun to seize up with the front of her gown. She's not even looking at you. Instead, her gaze is directed beyond your shoulder to the windowsill and the sky beyond it. It isn't particularly sunny, but I don't think it's too cold outside. Going for a walk might not be a bad idea. What do you think, dear one? You think that you would like to finish undressing the princess as soon as possible, so you can make some progress on dressing her again. The sight of all this exposed skin is bad for your heart. Fortunately, you're able to make quick work of the princess's nightgown despite your initial mishaps, spurred on perhaps by your anxiety. You bid the princess to stand, which she does, and neatly she steps out of her nightgown, her motions once again as graceful as fluid as a dancer's. This task completed, you search hurriedly for the princess's red dress. Where is it? You cannot find it. Sweat begins to prickle on the back of your neck. Your palms, meanwhile, feel uncomfortably clammy. The moment passes awkwardly, uneasily, as you search, the princess standing there all the while as naked as the day she was born. What the fudge, MC? Why did you not find her dress before you stripped her of your night one? What a fool you are. The princess, noting your panic, giggles and says, Are you looking for my dress? Are you looking for my dress? Yes, you reply, your face flushed. That is what you are doing. I thought so. I did wonder, before you started undressing me, why you did not ask where it is. Maybe it slipped your mind? It had slipped your mind, yes, to your shame. You were too busy trying not to fixate upon the princess's bared skin to think about how best to conceal it. My dress is in my closet. Screw all this word! The princess says, glancing over to the aforementioned piece of furniture. That closet of hers is an intricately carved wooden structure, large enough so you estimate to fit inside it enough dresses to attire a whole ballroom's worth of princesses. I'd like to wear the red one. It's my favorite. Would you be a dear to fetch it for me? I don't want to rush you, but it is rather cold in here, especially when I'm still naked. She raises a good point. You turn away from the princess and make your way to her amour. I would have read that as armory. Once there, you open its wooden doors and peruse the clothes hanging within. It is just as you expected. Inside that wardrobe lies numerous dresses, all of them finely sewn and decorated with no shortage of ribbons, lace, and iridescent pearls. You find the princess's red dress soon enough, then hurry to her side. With your spoils in hand, you hurry to dress her, concealing once again the princess's pale skin beneath layers upon layers of soft red velvet. She's easier to look at now. you think, with her skin concealed. You read it sort of as arm wire, but I don't know if it's right. Same, I'm not sure. What might have been the most nerve-wracking task you have ever had to accomplish, even more so than your perilous escape through the foggy forest? Why, it seems a small miracle you could still remember how to breathe. Ah, that's much better. Thank you, dear one, for your help. You've not been here for a full day, but I already wonder what I'd do without you. Shyly, you reassure the princess that you did nothing, really nothing beyond your job. You did not do anything incredible, and in any case, being complimented by somebody so pretty is embarrassing. Oh, don't be like that. I want to compliment you. Why shouldn't I, when you've been so helpful? It'd be rude not to, and anyway, I think you're very pretty too. Oh my, your face flushes from this more deeply than ever before. She's swooning. She swoons! You ought to count yourself lucky, really. What with all this excessive blushing that the princess does not seem to possess any vampiristic tendencies. Are you sure about that? Look at her earring. It's a fang. You're making yourself quite the easy target. Now, the princess declares, why don't we go for a walk? It is a nice enough day and I get so very bored of being cooped up inside. Wait, she can go outside. She's not a vampire. You can't think of any particular objections to raise to this remark, and you think... Oh wait, why am I reading it? And you think that the princess might have a point. The castle, though expensive, is somewhat stifling. The walls are so very thick, they put you in mind of a crypt. I am really hungry. Can I have a brownie? I'm going to eat it while streaming, alright? I am so goddamn hungry. I am eating this brownie. I cannot wait for my break. Oh, you're right. It is almost... Okay, fine. I'll wait. I'll wait. Let's just get outside, I guess. With your acquiescence assured, the princess quits her chamber, her posture elegant and her gait unhurried. Such discipline. For the rice, I think I'm gonna have late dinner because I am going to eat popcorn as well and brownies, so I'll probably have late rice. Maybe. She seems not to walk as she navigates her way through the seemingly endless hallways of her home, but to float like a cloud. The hem of her skirt swishes... Her dress, sorry. The hem of her dress swishes around her leg, and her hair shifts like a shroud. Castle's courtyard, meanwhile, is sadly lacking in comparison to the princess's beauty. The courtyard is fenced in by the castle's walls, which look, in the stark midday light, tall and imposing, faceless soldiers standing sentinel. Though the sun is out, it is not particularly bright, and neither is it particularly warm. What a good day. The courtyard itself, meanwhile, is in a state of disarray. The flower beds are in shambles, all overgrown with weeds. It is all rather depressing. The princess's castle might be grand in scale, but the courtyard itself is simple, hemmed in to a claustrophobic degree like a coffin. The princess, however, seems not to share your dolorous mood. I'm so jealous of their weather. I know. This is so nice. So instead, looks elated by her newfound surroundings, her smile unwavering. What's gambol? She gambols around like a lamb, flitting hither and thither as she examines the weed-infested flower beds. I guess she looks around like a lamb. Something like that. Her frolicking comes to a cease, however, by a bush One is full of bright red roses. Gambo. Gambo! I'm gonna do another unboxing soon. So look forward to me spending more money to leap about playfully, frolic. Okay, so it's synonymous to frolicking. Okay. Thanks, internet. Oh, how pretty. Don't you think they are gorgeous, dear one? The flowers are not too disappointing, you suppose? They make for a fine spectacle, in fact, a welcome splash of color when contrasted with the dullness and the drabness which permeates the rest of the courtyard. Pokemon should be paying you. I don't know how to do that. There technically isn't that much content creators for the card game. At the same time, there aren't that many people playing it yet either. So maybe next time. I would want some free cards though. I will use them. And I will try to win. Though the other flowers in their beds are wilted, withered things, it is not so for these roses. They are rich, bright red, just like blood. Their heads so full they seem almost to drop beneath the weight of their own engorged petals. They are pretty in a sense, but there is something unsettling about them too. Something that is almost obscene. How did those roses become so very red? What has been sustaining them? Could it be possible that these roses have been draining the life from the other flowers that are struggling to grow within this garden? Dun dun dun! And it's also in red. And the princess dresses in red. Dun dun dun! Metaphors. Symbolism. It is a fanciful thought, but... Oh, they are simply divine! Looking at these roses always lifts my spirits. They really are my most favorite flowers. Foreshadowing. Indeed. Actually, no. These roses represent the evils of our little princess, especially with the spiky design of her dress, just like the thorny roses in her garden. Oh my god, wait, she does... That is the representation! Shoot, that is the representation. She's a thorny rose. What the fudge? Oh my god. Okay then. I simply must pick some of them. Perhaps I can use them to decorate my bed chambers. It could use a bit of color. I think I'm gonna get injured. I think I'm going to be injured. The princess reaches out so as to pluck one of the roses, free from its resting place amongst its brethren. Uh-oh. Guys, I think we're going to have some slightly fan service scenes. I think I know what's gonna happen. I think I saw a screenshot of it. I think I know what's happening. Yep, I think I know. I think I know. You watch her, your breath bated, anxious that this gesture might result in perforated flesh and bright red blood. But the princess is not as clumsy as you fear. Of course she's not. Who did you think she was? You? Rather than worrying about other people, you would be better served if you worried more about yourself. The princess holds her newly pilfered rose to her nose and inhales her inhales her eyelids falling shut as the flower's sweet scent washes over her. Oh yes, prepare the wedding! Ding ding ding. Oh wait, not ding ding ding. Ding ding. Why did I do it like a boxing match? Ding 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 ding. My bad. A few moments of silence pass. Too soon for eyelid inhaling. Then the princess begins to toy with the petals which adorn the flower's crown. Now, let me see. I wonder what fate has in store for me. Oh! She loves me. The princess plucks a petal from the flower's overburdened head. She loves me not. The princess continues with this childish incantation, all the while stripping her rose slowly and methodically of its petals. These petals flutter about the princess like bloody snow. The princess's voice, meanwhile, echoes throughout the courtyard, even more melodic than the strains of a pianola. Oh, it's 2 o'clock. It's time for me to have a break. Wedding later. Snack time now. Okay, guys, I'm just going to take a short break so I can eat a brownie. I'm hungry. So I will be right back, okay? Be right back, be right back.
The Shoshomatic Premium Earplugs by Evan Incorporated. Use it in concerts, at shooting ranges, at home, for the voices in your head. Get the silence you crave for and buy the Shoshomatic now.
Introducing Evan's state-of-the-art data storage unit, the floppy digital. Sleek, elegant, and with a wicked sense of humor, you'll be the talk of the IT department. Buy now for $299.95. Being conscious of where our food comes from is 100% a valid concern. Our source of food impacts our diet, health, and productivity. That is why here in Evan Incorporated, we serve meat products straight from our partner farms. We've dedicated ourselves in providing nutritious, convenient, and all-natural produce. Start a healthy diet today with Belly Fully Thiazide. Side effects include diarrhea, cravings, hormonal imbalance, rashes, and paranoia. If symptoms persist, consult your doctor. No approved therapeutic claims.
The Shoshomatic Premium Earplugs by Evan Incorporated. Use it in concerts, at shooting ranges, at home, for the voices in your head. Get the silence you crave for and buy the Shoshomatic now.
Introducing Evan's state-of-the-art data storage unit, the floppy digital. Sleek, elegant, and with a wicked sense of humor, you'll be the talk of the IT department. Buy now for $299.95. Being conscious of where our food comes from is 100% a valid concern. Our source of food impacts our diet, health, and productivity. That is why here in Evan Incorporated, we serve meat products straight from our partner farms. We've dedicated ourselves in providing nutritious, convenient, and all-natural produce. Start a healthy diet today with Belly Fully Thiazide. Side effects include diarrhea, cravings, hormonal imbalance, rashes, and paranoia. If symptoms persist, consult your doctor. No approved therapeutic claims.
Parasocial Premium Earplugs by Evan Incorporated. Use it in concerts, at shooting ranges.
Brownie eaten. Nice. Also, my glasses are still intact. You know what? Whatever. It's fine. We read this already. Yeah, pianola. Okay. Hanggang brownie. I actually didn't eat properly today. I had a mushroom truffle soup thing and popcorn. Cause I wasn't hungry earlier, so I was like, I'll just have soup. But then there was popcorn, and I love popcorn, and I was like, I'm gonna eat popcorn. So now I'm really hungry. So I was like, yes, let's eat another not proper thing. Let's eat a brownie this time. And then after this, I'll continue to finish the rest of the popcorn as I watch later. And then maybe after that, I will eat rice. A proper meal. Maybe. We'll see. Okay. Ahem, ahem, ahem. She loves me. She loves me not. She loves me. She loves me not. The princess's fingers hover over the final petal, which crowns her nearly denuded flower. Then, with a triumphant smile, she declares, "She loves me! I knew it!" You watch the princess, amused by her girlish good cheer. The little mantra she had been reciting is one that you are familiar with. The girls at the conservatoire also used to engage in this little game, the younger ones at least, who believed that a fairy tale prince would whisk them away. You might have participated in this game yourself when you were a child, but you never pinned your hopes and dreams on a handsome prince. You want a princess! Your interest in princes has always been minimal. When it comes to fair princesses, though, well, that is a different matter altogether, isn't it? Pleasantly, you ask the princess whose love it is she wishes to court, a query that makes the princess giggle. Oh, dear Anne, who else would I be thinking of? Naturally, I was thinking of you. Whoa, you're going too fast! She's fast. Naturally. She says it so easily, as though you ought to have suspected as much. And indeed, part of you did. Whoa, whoa, whoa! You wanted to believe, yet part of you was afraid to. You did not want to be arrogant enough to assume that the princess might care for your affections. You begin to blush, your cheeks almost as red as the roses, while the princess laughs. She laughs and she laughs and she laughs, her voice clear and sweet like a nightingale's song, as though you are the funniest thing she has ever seen. You never liked being laughed at when you dwelt within the walls of the conservatoire, but it is different with her. You have not known her for all that long, but you are already entranced by her, ensnared. This is bad! This is bad! She had you wrapped around her little finger. Oh my! The princess' laughter tapers off into a series of giggles as, smiling, she wipes her eyes with the back of her hand. That was quite the amusing diversion, but I've just had an idea. You look at the princess curiously. What idea? You can't tell? You cannot even begin to guess. I just thought that all this watching must be boring you, the princess says, tossing the rose's stripped stem carelessly to the ground. You should give it a try, please do. It'll be fun. The princess retrieves a second red rose from the bushes, deftly snapping it between her fingers, and offers it to you. I want to see what fate has in store for you too. You smile at the princess, touched by her enthusiasm. Indulging in childish games like this might not be the best use of your time, but the princess looks so very determined you would not wish to hurt her. What could be the harm, really, in consenting? The only real casualty of this game will be one singular rose, the rose that the princess is holding towards you. You reach out, meaning to accept the princess's offering, but does she prick my finger? Oh no! You are clumsy and you seize the stem of the rose with a touch too much strength. Here it is, Chud, here it is! The head of the rose might be pretty, but there is more to a rose than its bright red flowers. Roses have thorns too, a fact that you're now being painfully reminded of. It's a bit lonely in the YouTube live chat. I know. It is. They're there. Pain flares through your finger and you gasp. You take a step back, the hem of your skirt swishing around your ankles. I'm back. Just made it. Terrapaga's paper squishy. Ooh, nice. You ought to have been more careful. Why were you so stupid? You poor dear, you're bleeding! The princess exclaims, alarmed. Then she frowns. This is all my fault. If I'd not suggested this silly game, this never would have happened. Please let me take care of you. Here we go. YouTube, it's happening! YouTube, it's happening! And how is she going to do that, guys? How? Perhaps she means to take a handkerchief from her pocket with which she might staunch your wound. Princesses tend to carry handkerchiefs around with them, don't they? Silken ones? How else would they give brave knights tokens of their gratitude once these aforementioned knights have successfully slain dragons? Princesses can hardly dispense kisses as favors. It simply is not done. Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that, little MC? That is what you always thought, but please hold still. This might sting a little bit. This princess is anything but ordinary. Rather than take a handkerchief out of her pocket, she instead encloses her white slender fingers around your hand. Carefully, as though she is handling a precious object, she raises your hand, her eyes affixed all the while on the beads of startlingly crimson blood which are oozing luridly from your wound. She licks her lower lip. Then she dips her head. She parts her mouth with a soft sigh which borders on the senses. Okay. She slips your injured digit between her teeth. So much for princesses not dispensing kisses as tokens of appreciation. This might not be a conventional kiss, but it feels intimate regardless, almost startlingly so. This is a bit much! Going too fast, princess! Control yourself. The princess's lips, which are as red as any rose, are enclosed around your index finger. You can feel the warmth of the princess's mouth about your skin and the wetness of it. These sensations make your whole body quake. You did not expect this. Tremulously, in a voice which wavers, you ask the princess what it is she's doing. Oh, the princess glances up to you, her mouth still enclosed around your finger. Didn't I tell you? I'm trying to stop the bleeding. Yes, you gathered as much, but is there a problem? I'm not making you uncomfortable, am I? It is not. You say that she's making you uncomfortable, per se, but this is rather awkward. You did not expect it. That is all. I expected it. You expected it. Well, not you, MC, but you guys expected it. That's a bit much! Slow down, princess! Saw it a mile away. And is she not worried that this is unhygienic? Unhygienic? The princess blinks. She is the very picture of innocence, which is funny, really, given your finger is still nestled against her tongue. I don't know what you mean by that exactly. But I've heard this is the best way to take care of cuts. My nursemaid used to do this for me when I was a child. It's what you're supposed to do. And you ask, your voice catching in your throat, did her nursemaid keep staunching her wound with her mouth when she grew older? Well, no, but my nursemaid was dismissed when I was 8 years old. That's a normal way of things. I had my lady's maid to look after me then. How very interesting. And did they ever clean her wound like this? No, the princess says, smiling mischievously. Princess, calm down! Princess, please. Princess, please. Because I am not clumsy enough to cut myself, silly. Now that was quite the sharp retort. You did not expect it. Your face turns even redder, if such a thing is possible, though this might perhaps be your benefit. With some luck, all your blood will flow to your face rather than your finger, and your bleeding will stop. Has it stopped? Your injury was not a deep one. There should be no need for the princess to keep on suckling. But she still is. You are not accustomed to intimacy of this nature. It is making your heart flutter. Guys, did I disconnect? I think I disconnected, didn't I? Did I disconnect? Not good. This is not good. Hello, 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 hello. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is everything okay now? Alright, the Twitch side is all good, but I don't know. I mean, the YouTube side is all good, but I don't know about the Twitch side. I think the Twitch side is not good. It says I'm offline. Not good. Twitch died. Alright, how do I redo the Twitch? This is not good. How do I redo the Twitch side? Uh-oh. Start all? Uh-oh. I don't know how to... I don't know how to fix Twitch. The YouTube one is running. How do I fix it? How do I go live again on the Twitch side? Because I think it's expecting me to redo. I'm gonna start again. I hope YouTube still counts this. Okay. Did YouTube still count this? Is the YouTube one okay? It got too spicy. Did the YouTube one work still? I hope the YouTube one is running correctly though. At least the VOD will be correct, right? Okay, Twitch is all good. Is the YouTube all good as well? That's the question. I don't know. I have to go back to my channel and see again. Alright, everything's all good. That's good, that's good. Alright, nothing was lost. Except, I am so sorry. I think we're gonna have another ad on Twitch side. Unfortunately, because it was counted as a new stream. And I can't delay it. Because if I delay it, it's gonna just do the same thing later on. Apologies. I'm so sorry. Okay. Let's go back to the spicy scene. Why did it do that? I wonder if my internet fluctuated. No, I didn't skip anything yet. So this is still the same one as earlier. You are not accustomed to intimacy of this nature. It is making your heart flutter. If the princess knew what her mouth was doing to you, you are sure she would not be so very familiar. You feel quietly, crushingly confident that she would scorn you for your feelings and deem them unnatural. It would not be the first time. At this point, you should be used to rejection. Oh, so she did try confessing to some people she had a crush on. But they weren't. They were straight, sadly. They didn't feel the same way as she did. It still stings though. It stings much, much more than any thorn on any rose ever could. The days pass, following your misadventures in the rose garden in a relaxed, unhurried sort of a manner. Your mad dash through the forest is beginning to feel like a distant memory, so much so you can scarcely recall the raw, naked fear you once felt as you fled for your life. There's no running to be had while you're working for the princess. You would have nowhere else to run, and in any event, there is no longer any reason to run. The shadows which once tormented you have, at long last, begun to recede. You can scarcely recall as you lie down in your bed the petty cruelties you were subjected to by your classmates at the conservatoire. They no longer matter. Your attention is focused not upon yourself, but upon the princess. The more time you expand with her, the more you come to care for her. You have become quite besotted with her, but you are yet to realize it. Well, I never. How very ignorant can one girl be of her own feelings? The princess is not half so ignorant as you are, though, despite having spent her whole life within the palace walls. The weight of her own feelings are not unknown to her, and during one stormy night she chooses to make them known to you. Okay. Welcome back, thank you. It's too bad the stream didn't continue from earlier. It's unfortunate. How depressed are we? A little bit. Quite a bit. I mean, in a way, she was super depressed. She currently found happiness now, but it's gonna bite her in the butt later on. I'm very depressed. Unfortunately, our main character has gone through a lot of trauma. If we end now, it's all happy. You are in the princess's chambers later, perhaps, than you ought to be. Later than it is strictly appropriate. It is dark outside, and there is little save the light of the moon to alleviate it. That and the fire which crackles in the grate. You have only just finished stoking that very fire, and now you rise. You look at the princess who is lying on her bed, and you bid her a good night, as you have many nights past. With a neat curtsy, you turn to leave, but the princess's plaintive voice gives you pause. Wait, dear one, do not go. Not just yet. Perplexed, you pause, then look back at the princess. Though she is smiling, her expression is unusually wan. Is she all right? Oh, I'm sure I'll be fine. It's just nights like this, you know, which make me feel a little out of sorts. And what, you ask, does she mean by that? Only that it is very cold and very dark. And it is very windy besides. I'm afraid there'll be a storm later. It was awfully cloudy earlier when we went out for our walk. The princess is not mistaken about that. The sky, when the pair of you promenaded about the gardens earlier, was gray and steely, the wind bitingly cold. You can hear the wind rattling mournfully against the panels in the princess's bedchamber. The princess's castle is built of stone and it is well fortified, but even with the fire, it is rather cold. Do you not like to think of how much chillier, by comparison, it will be in your humble bedchamber, which is not fortunate enough to have its own fireplace? It might sound childish, but I've always found it hard to sleep on stormy nights like this. They make me feel uncomfortable. You look at the princess with no small degree of sympathy. No longer clad in her bright red dress, she looks oddly, uncommonly vulnerable. Will she really be alright all alone in her oversized bed in her high-ceiling bedchamber? You know, it is silly of you to contemplate such a query. Why would she not be alright? There's nobody in the castle to hurt her. But still, you fret for her. As her lady's maid, it is your job to fret for her. You would never want your mistress to feel unhappy. You ask the princess what it is she would have you do, and the princess perks up at this, pleased, perhaps, that you're taking the initiative. I wouldn't like to take up too much of your time when it is so very late, but would you mind sitting with me a little while longer and read to me? Provided that you can, of course. This is a fair enough question, but your pride bristles regardless. I can read! I was from a boarding school! Hastily, you reassure the princess that yes, of course you could read. You were a poor student in many aspects at the conservatoire, but you had something of a gift when it came to the literary arts. Reading books is all you have ever been any good at. Remember, kids, literacy is attractive. True, true. Read those books. Oh, I see. I suppose I should have known. You're so incredible. I sometimes wonder if there's anything you can't do. The princess's high praises make you flush awkwardly. You look away. Being able to read, you assure her, is not such a great feat. Perhaps it isn't where you hail from, but it is here. Very few of my old servants could read, and they certainly couldn't read the books that I like. This piques your interest. Are we getting Yuri books? Intrigued, you ask the princess what books exactly she likes. Well, I'm glad you asked. I'm fond of fairy tales, you see, old ones from centuries past. I have a collection of them here, the princess says, indicating a book on her bedside table, as thick as mortuary slab. Okay, as thick as a slab, I get. But what specifically is a mortuary slab? A grave... A tomb? A gravestone? There's not Yuri books? I guess not. The book is old though, and the bindings are weak. The passage is brittle. The writing woefully old-fashioned. I didn't trust any of my past servants with that book, but I think you would do a good job breathing life into these old stories. Princess, I'm clumsy! I might break the book! Call back to Graves? Oh no. Would you mind reading to me for just a brief while? Please, dear one. No, please. The princess's request seems a simple one expressed sweetly. So much so, you see no reason to refuse her. You take a seat beside the princess upon her luxurious bed, which sinks beneath her weight. Then you retrieve the leather-bound book which is resting upon her bedside table and spread it open. The pages of the book are very brittle, like the princess said, and the bindings of the book are loose. You could feel in the heft of the book's manifold pages the weight of the ages concealed within it. How old is this book? Perhaps it is as old as the castle in which it resides. It is with a quiet voice, hesitant at first, that you begin to read to the princess. A tale of courtly love which culminates into a lavish wedding ceremony. All the while, as you read, the princess listens to you. I have hiccups right now. I think I do. Or maybe that was just a burp. I'm not sure. For my knowledge, it's a thick table for autopsies. Oh, okay. That makes sense. So, a thick slab of rock, maybe? For old school, olden time autopsies? All the while, as you read, the princess listens to you, enraptured, hanging, or so it seems, upon your every word. Once you reach the final phrase embossed upon the pages of this aged tome, and they lived happily ever after, the princess sighs as though the tale has touched her very soul. Would that there was a handsome prince to marry me, she says somberly. Or better yet, the beautiful princess at this point. I think I would even settle for a lowly scullery maid. You blush at this idle remark and mumbled softly that this would not be proper. The storm outside is still squalling, and you have never been one to raise your voice. You do not expect, therefore, that the princess will overhear you, but she does. She observes you, her head resting against her pillow, and says, "And what would be the problem with that? As my maid, shouldn't my happiness come before any silly ideas of propriety?" "Well, of course," you reply, "but for a princess to marry a scullery maid..." "You're still hung up about that?" the princess titters. "Don't pay it too much heed, I'm just talking to myself." As if anything like that would ever happen, when there's no priest around who would officiate it. Really, that's what she's thinking. Probably would. Oh, yeah, that's correct. It would probably be would. Makes sense. She's hinting! She's proposing! You think there are greater issues with the princess's plan than the lack of a priest, though she does present a good point. The castle is an empty one. Even if the princess were to find somebody that she loves, there would be nobody to make such a wedding official. You cannot help but feel like you have avoided a good deal of nuisance. But by the same token, do you not feel a touch disappointed? Well, never mind. That was a nice story, the princess says, but I'm not sleepy yet, and it's still storming outside. Won't you read me one more? You would not mind, you reply, but it is getting late. You really ought to return to your own chamber. She does seem like trouble with a capital T, indeed. I know, but I can't find it in your... Sorry, that was wrong. I know, but can't you find it in your heart to read one story to me? Just one? You can choose a short one, I won't complain. You have some doubts about that, but as before, you cannot resist the princess's demands. It is not, I think, because she is a princess, though that is, of course, a part of it, but because she is, well, radiant. You would not, you think, as you turn to the next story recounted in this aged compendium, want to upset her. You would rather cut out your own tongue. You read another story to the princess, which is of a similar vein to the last one, impossible adventures culminating at their close in a happy marriage. This tale delights the princess just as much as the tale you read prior, and she begs for another, then another. One bedroom story soon becomes 5, and even then, when the candles would flicker on the princess's bedside are close to guttering out, the princess is not satisfied. Like a grasping, greedy child, she has never heard of moderation. When she wants something, she seeks to glut herself with it. Her only request that of more. If she were less calmly, perhaps her inability to adhere to the word no would be seen as a character defect. The princess is very comely, however, and so when she makes her next request, you almost agree offhand without considering the ramifications. You're also trouble with a lowercase t. Indeed. I think I could go to sleep now, but the storm is still raging. I feel lonely on my own in this big, empty bed. So I know. The princess's eyes light up like the night sky in a thunderstorm. Why don't you sleep with me? You stare at the princess, your eyes wide as goose eggs. Slowly you blink. She didn't say it, but she said something that's a little more. Alright then. Slowly you blink. Then, just as slowly you bid her to repeat herself. Didn't you hear me? The princess giggles. Maybe you've been so busy cleaning up after me, you've neglected to clean out your own ears. You'll take this one. The Yuri is so strong right now. Indeed. I said, dear one, would you like to... I don't want a recording of me saying that. Sleep. Yes. Okay. If that is the question she truly means to ask, then it is easy enough to answer. Of course you would like... I can't say all of this and it being recorded. I feel like I should not. It would be an honor, but would it really be alright for you to accept such an invitation? It must be a gross breach of protocol. Surely, for a lowly domestic such as yourself to share a bed with a princess. You sit upon the princess's bedside, fretting, while she observes with wide, beseeching eyes. She is waiting. Well, what's the matter, dear one? Why do you tarry so? Could it be? The princess' lower lip begins to tremble. Don't you want to lie with me after all? I can't. Being a princess would have been amazing back, all things considering. Wait, actually, you're kinda right. But at the same time, somebody could tell on you. And then the king will just be like, on to the next kingdom, marry the prince there. But then again, after you marry the prince, you can still stay with your ladies in waiting. So, actually, you know what? You're kind of right. How would they know? How would they know? And back then, you don't always have to share a bed with your husband, right? How would they know? They won't know. Actually, I think they would know. They usually don't let... They usually don't... Well... There's gonna be a lot of rumors. There would be a lot of rumors. They would know. No, they're gonna be like, oh, they're best friends, you know? They're just roommates. They wouldn't know. They wouldn't know. They're gonna be like, no, that's unbecoming. Yeah, there were a lot of that's true, that's true. That is 100% true. You know what? Yeah. I agree. The sorrow present in the princess's voice and in her face makes you feel awfully guilty. Hurriedly, you console her. You tell her in no uncertain terms that if she truly wishes to partake in your company, then you have no qualms with it. Why would you? Well then, just don't stand there dilly-dallying, silly. Come and join me, come. And that is what you do after returning briefly to your own chamber to change into your nightgown. Once dressed, you waste no time in returning to your impetuous princess's side. She's already lying in her glorious four-poster bed, awaiting your return as though you are a knight errant gone away to slay some wicked dragon. The princess giggles when she sees you. In your haste to change, you have made a hash of the buttons. She bids you to come closer. This princess is going a little too strongly, you know? Princess, calm yourself. Calm down. Oh my god. Let me fix that for you, silly. Oh no, you say. I couldn't possibly let you do that. I am but a servant after all. Should it not be your job to dress her? Maybe so, the princess says, but I don't mind a bit of... I can't say that. I can't say that. I can't say that. It makes things more fun. According to multiple choice Yuri rules, you need at least one that's assertive. That's true. You try a few more refutations, but in vain. The princess similarly discards all of them. Quiet at the princess's mercy. She might be even more stubborn than you are. You capitulate to her demands. You let the princess... All the children, look away! Look away! Look away! You let the princess button the front of your nightdress, then rebutton them so the fabric of your plain gown is drawn shut. Satisfied with her handiwork, she's dressed. She just fixed it. She's dressed. The children can look again. Okay? It's fine. Satisfied with her handiwork, she has very elegant hands. The princess draws back and pats the mattress beside her. The funny part is you're drawing something and mostly just listening. Oh no. Now come in. It must be horribly cold out there, but these sheets are warm. Coyly, the princess smiles. My god. You know, okay. I am actually unsure if I'm, like, considered bi or just straight up straight. But this, if I was, like, completely lesbian, I think I would fold, maybe. Maybe I would. But I am unsure. I am unsure is the thing. Anyway, I'll carry on. And so am I. You feel warm yourself as you slide into bed beside the princess. Your face is as red as the gown the princess so often wears, as red as the roses in the castle's grounds. All the while, your heart is fluttering. Does the princess know what an effect she is having on you? Surely she must. How could any woman be so blind? There, the princess exclaims once your body is lying beside hers. That is much better. Do you feel cozy now, dear one? You swallow, and with a shaky voice, you reassure her. Yes, you are cozy. You are quite cozy indeed. Very good. The storm might be raging outdoors, but it can't get us here. I know when I'm with you, I'll be safe. It's strange, but the princess reaches out, then takes her hand in hers, twining your fingers together like a chain. When I'm with you, I feel so very light. It's as though nothing in the world can hurt me, make me feel safe. So I want to make you feel safe too. I will take very, very good care of you, I promise. I fold. Okay, I will die now. I die. I fold, I die. We are almost. You return her smile with one of your own, touched by her thoughtfulness, though something about her promise does make you wonder. Should it not be your job to look after her as her domestic? In a way, the princess replies after a pause, but you've been taking good care of me already. Now I need to return the favor. As a princess, I'm supposed to look after my vessels. It's all part of the job description. Ho ho. You are unaware that being a princess came with a job description. You thought the profession came with far fewer written responsibilities and far fewer forms to sign than, say, becoming a doctor or an astrophysicist. They're astrophysicists? Okay, never mind. Or a mathematics professor. You tell the princess this sleepily and she laughs. You do say some funny things, dear one. I think you must be tired. Rest your head. You've been working so hard. So hard. I think you deserve it. Yes, you think. Only half conscious. You think you deserve it too. Yeah, same question. Yeah. Like, there are people who study the stars, but not specifically astrophysicists. You've been working hard for a long time. I've been running for even longer. But now, at long last, you feel like you can let your fears go. Okay, so based on how they're talking, it's been a while already, right? Maybe she isn't being too fast. I'm not sure. Should we save now before we see a situation? I think we should, because last time I wasn't able to save properly. Because I think something bad's gonna happen soon. You've been running for even longer, but now at long last you feel like you can let your fears go. Your eyelids begin to droop. Your body beleaguered by a sudden all-consuming fatigue. And in a quiet, understated sort of way, your consciousness is conveyed to Morpheus' kingdom. She said that again. Were you like sent back in time and is in fact a modern woman? No, they didn't say that. She's a boarding school student is what she said, and she ran away. So in a way, she's not exactly a modern woman. Maybe there are just astrophysicists in her school. Morpheus again. Your sleep is a deep one despite the storm which rages on. Outdoors, sorry, why did I say on? Rages outdoors. The wind is howling like a couple of wild cats, both locked in a vicious and bloodthirsty bout to the death. But you do not hear it. Swaddled by the warm blankets about you and soothed by the princess's presence, you're immune from all the ills of the world. When you are with the princess, you feel safe, secure, and yes, you even feel loved. It is a pity, then, that these feelings do not last for very long. Uh-oh! Uh-oh! You know that something is wrong, catastrophically so. The moment you open your eyes, your thoughts are hopelessly jumbled, but you are certain that when you fell asleep, it was in a bed, a nice warm bed, no less beneath soft comforting sheets. I'm gonna save again, just so we're closer to the decision making. Okay? You are not lying in a bed right now, though. You are not, in fact, lying at all. You are standing instead against a cold, hard wall made of stone. There are other maids, man. There are other maids! The curve of your back is pressed against the wall so intimately you can feel its icy chill seeping through the fabric of your nightgown. Your feet, which are bare, are similarly pressed against cold, unfeeling stone. They feel so frigid you cannot help but tremble. Okay. It's happening. Toxic. Toxic! You are trembling so much you can feel your teeth chattering together. They sound like castanets. I'm gonna save again. Save until I reach the decision making. Okay. The sound is almost jaunty as it echoes through your cell, for that is indeed where you are. The princess's bedchamber, wherein you fell asleep, is a thing now of the past. You're standing instead. Realize with a sharp start in the cell of some great underground dungeon. You swallow, and when you do, you can taste something bitter in your tongue. Your stomach is beginning to churn in anxiety. You feel like you're going to be sick, a feeling which wells up inside you to a staggering degree. When you catch notice of the stench, you are not, you realize, the only one in the dungeon. There are others here, others attired in the simple black and white outfits of servants, which look much like the dress that you once wore. The others who are with you, however, in this expansive cell, manacled to the walls, are in no fit state to speak to you, nor to tell you of their plight. They are all unfeeling, unseeing, unbreathing. Save again. They are all dead. You cannot approach these servants to check their pulse, for you yourself are restrained, but even if you could, there would be no point. I feel like, hope the princess didn't kidnap you. Well, it's toxic Yuri. What was the I was gonna say that despite the dark themes of this game, the developer made sure that there's nothing excessively gory, right? Like, technically, if this was me, if I was gonna put something out that has like themes of dark themes like this, I would have made it that these bodies are still kind of decaying rather than bones. But the developer was like, let's not traumatize people too much. Not too much. We still want this to be accessible. Even the writing isn't too extreme. Yeah, that's true. And even if it's not extreme, right? It gets the point across anyway. I think toxic went out the window. So like it, even despite the skulls look cute. Oh, I know what you mean. I think it's like the proportions of it. Yeah. Like despite the story's still there. The story is still dark, but like they didn't have to go for shock value, is what I'm trying to say. They delivered the message without having to do anything shocking. The story still holds up, which is nice. It's nice. There's no way any human can survive the wounds which have been inflicted upon these sad, slumped bodies. Over there you see a woman slumped, the front of her once white apron stained with blackish blood. There is a gaping wound in her stomach, one through which her entrails have escaped in some sort of burgundy goop which might once have been pale pink. Yep, see, they're describing it in a way that you know it's supposed to be gory. But the art, they decided to, you know, not make it too shocking. It's still shocking, but it's not like censorship level, at least. It's safe for streaming, thank God. Is what I mean. There's another woman slumped beside the first of a smaller stature. She is skinnier. It's pretty shocking going to bed and waking up in a cell full of skeletons. That's true. Maybe she's not a woman after all, but an adolescent like yourself. She might even be younger. The girl's age or lack of did not preclude her attacker from inflicting upon her horrors. Alas, for her body is even more mutilated than the first. Oh my god. Her body is peppered with even more wheels, and her face have been half smashed it. Oh my god! Okay, let's save again. Oh my god, that's a bit much. That's a bit much. Only one eye remains, staring fixedly at the wall opposite her, in the ruined remains of what was once her skull. That's dark. Over there you see a woman who is missing both her arms and... oh my god. And her lower jaw. Over there you see another who is missing her entire lower half. Why is my character smiling? Why is my model smiling? Do not smile. Model, do not smile. Where are my toggles? Okay. Is my toggle working? Yep, there you go. Okay. Where have her legs gone? You have no idea. The injuries inflicted upon these bodies are ghastly. Their advanced decay is enough to turn your stomach. You know not how long these carcasses have been laying down here, but they have begun to petrify. You fear a similar fate might befall you should you stay here. You need to escape. Fitfully, you struggle against the manacles which bind you, but alas, it is no use. You cannot free yourself from the walls. I save again. Okay. It's sad now. Yes. Your restraints are much too strong and you are much too weak. Panic rises up in your throat, cold and icy, while terror seizes your heart, this too glacial. It is obvious that escape is impossible, but still you squirm and breathe like a rat caught in a firestorm. There is little point, however, to your struggles. You succeed in nothing as you attempt to free yourself, save making the steel manacles dig into your abused wrists more sharply than ever. You gasp. That hurts. Well, you ought to have known that would not work. The very definition of insanity is, you know, performing a set action over and over again, hoping for a different response. In that sense, perhaps one could argue optimism is not so very different from insanity. Now, that is an interesting point to consider. Would you not agree? No, evidently not. I am just waiting for the choices. You're still trying to escape, you foolish girl. As if that will do you any good. The clangorous rattling of your steely restraints is rather starting to get on my nerves. You're making enough noise to raise the dead down there in your dark, dingy cell, and all your screaming is hardly helping matters. Hydrate, thanks. You know, my face looks disappointed rather than sad. What's this face? Oh, that's my delete button. What's this face? Oh, okay, that's my sad face. Alright. I wish you would cease this infernal racket, but I know you will not. Nothing I say will ever get through to you. Not that you have ever listened to me in the first place. There's someone else talking. Perhaps you would listen to her, though. She is not your kind, considerate. Is she not your kind, considerate mistress? Look now, she has come all this way into the dark depths of the castle's cold, inhospitable dungeon to see you. Is that not kind of her? Oh, dear one, the princess trills, entering the dungeon with a series of lilting steps. It would seem like you have finally awoken. How are you? Based on all that infernal racket you've been making, It would seem like you have no shortage of energy. Balefully, you turn your head so as to meet the eyes of the princess. Save. There. No, we don't know. Well, I don't know about that. Maybe someone else does. She is standing but a few paces away beneath the roughly hewn stone arch which bids one entry, but rarely ever an exit to the dungeons. The dungeons are dull and drab, but the princess is wearing her favorite red dress. It is so bright and brilliant that for a moment it hurts you to look at her. Once, the red of the princess's outfit made you think of romance. Now, it makes you think of violence. You must forgive me for leaving you down here for so long. That was unfair of me. I did think of waiting here with you, by your side until you awoke. But once again, the princess giggles, a light, airy giggle which does not at all suit the situation in which you have found yourself. A dungeon is not a fit place after all for a princess. It is horribly cold here, and so very drab, and there's nowhere nice and soft to lay my head. I'm just gonna save one more time. I could have brought my pillow down from my bed, I suppose, and my blankets, but then they would have gotten dirty, and that would be a disaster. I need to be more careful. I won't have anybody left to clean up after my messes soon. Not when I've dispatched of you. Once again, the princess laughs. Her laughter is light and lilting, like the chiming of a silvery bell, but it does little to alleviate your concern. Excuse me, sorry. If anything, it makes you feel even more alarmed. Did she say she meant to dispatch of you? Yes, that's right. Could you not tell? I thought you might have figured that out already after waking up in a dungeon, silly. Still smiling, the princess takes another step towards you. With that you would cringe away from her, but you cannot. You're completely powerless. Toxic Yuri! Toxic Yuri! The princess reaches out and places a hand upon your cheek. Let's just save that too. So waiting for which of the trigger warnings is hers. Good Toxic Yuri. Toxic Yuri! Her skin is very white, and though her touch is cool, it is less so than the frigid air in the dungeon. Though your body is aching, the princess's touch is gentle, and you find yourself leaning into it subconsciously. You wish she would keep holding you. You wish she would keep touching you. You luxuriate in her kindness as best you can. Hi, Fafnir. Hello. But though the princess's caresses are tender, your circumstances rather undermine them. Wait, I can unsad now, right? I mean, it's still sad, but you know. Let's update the palm fit with the goth Yuri. How can you relax like this? Oh, you're such a good girl, the princess says in a cajoling sort of voice, as one might address a cat. You've been so lovely to me while we've been together. I really couldn't ask for a better servant. I feel as though I've been spoiled. Why then, you ask her, is she doing this? Improbable though it sounds, she must be the one who changed you up. There's nobody else in the castle who could have committed such a feat. Everybody else is dead. Why, yes, how very astute of you. I was the one who orchestrated all of this, naturally. Naturally, she says, as though her betrayal is a matter of course. Let me save again. There you go. The emo plus happy kind of feels. Naturally. Why, you ask, is this so natural to her? What does she mean to do with you? Oh, only what I've done to all of my other servants. I have experience with all sorts of things, so please don't worry. I'll take good care of you. And by take good care of, she means, naturally, I'll kill you. There it is again, that word, which seems grossly inappropriate given all which is transpired. Naturally. There's nothing natural about this. Do you not think so? The princess examines you, her expression ponderous. Save again! This is quite... just kill me already! It is natural to me, even if it isn't natural to other people. This just feels right. Imprisoning her servants in the dungeon and letting them die? Yes, exactly. There's a bit more to do in that, though. Oh, of course there is. I like you, dear one, the princess says, in a voice which sounds uncommonly serious. You have been good to me, like I said, and kind. For that I will be eternally appreciative. You have been so good to me, in fact, that simply being with you is not enough. Not anymore. Your company can no longer content me. I am a greedy, selfish girl, you see. The princess's smile widens into something sinister, her eyes flashing with a fiendish fervor you have never before witnessed. And I don't want to feel you beside me. I can't say that. I can't say that. Dun dun dun! I'm gonna die. This is what the trigger warning is. I'm gonna die. Well, of course the things your charming captive could have said, you did not expect that. I can't! I don't want my voice to be saying that! The princess, perhaps noticing your confusion, begins to giggle. A giggle even lighter than merengue? Merengue? Yeah, merengue. And just as airy. Yeah, we know now. It is just as inoffensive. I can see that you don't understand, dear one, but you aren't the only one. My last lady's maid said that too. Wanly, the princess sighs. A beleaguered woe is me sigh, which makes her look even younger than the scant handful of years she cruelly possesses. And the one before that, and the one before that, and the one before that. I thought that you, at least, might be able to appreciate my point of view, but perhaps not. I don't think it should be too complicated to grasp, really. But maybe my way of looking at the world is a little bit unique. That's what my nurse always used to say, at least. When she still had the breath to speak, of course. You look at the princess. Where else is there for you to look, really? Your eyes affixed to her face. A giggle lighter than meringue is good writing! Oh, meringue! Meringue. I think I heard merengue because... Isn't that what we call it locally? I'm not sure. I might be wrong too. She's still smiling, but there's something sinister about her smile. Or perhaps in your anxious state, you're only imagining that there is something sinister about her smile. It is easy to see which do not really exist when your surroundings are festooned in shadows. Yeah, we have meringue. Okay, I'll say meringue. We have meringue here. I got so used to saying merengue. In actuality, however, the princess does not look any different to how she usually does. Neither is she acting any different to the way she usually acts. Maybe the dance is pronounced the other way. I think she means the dessert though, because she said airy. And meringue is very airy. It's mostly nothing. No, she cray. She has not changed. It is only your perspective of her that has changed. Tremulously, you ask the princess what she means, a question the princess is only too happy to answer. It's simple, really, like I said. You were wondering, weren't you? Why there weren't any guards or any servants in the castle when you first arrived here? The question had crossed my mind, yes. You are sure that the princess said her ministers sent them away, though. Was that a lie? It wasn't being woefully truthful, though. I thought you would be afraid of me if you knew what had actually happened. And I don't want that. I wanted you to stay with me. My ministers didn't send anybody away because I didn't. I don't have any ministers. I dispatched of them too. Did she now? You suppose you ought not to be surprised, but you still shudder regardless. My ministers weren't very much fun, I'm afraid. They had a lot of ideas about what I should and shouldn't do after my parents died. The princess stares at you, her eyes wide like black holes, empty, yawning abysses. So I killed them. I killed my servants too, though I did a more thorough job with them than I did my ministers. I did not care for my ministers, you see. They were all fusty old men, but I did love my servants. I loved my ladies' maids, and my undermaids, and my scullery maids, and my housekeeper, and my cooks, and my large retinue of retainers. They were like my family. They raised me in my parents' absence, and I adore them. They were so very dear to me that I had no real choice. I had to eat them. Does that follow? Not logically, no. Why, you asked the princess, your voice trembling, would you eat the people that you love? It seems a poor way to repay them for their kindness. Well, why wouldn't you eat the people that you love? I don't think there could be any greater way of showcasing one's gratitude, unless you have any better ideas. You weren't expecting the princess to turn the tables on you quite like this, and dumbfounded, you stare at her. You know precious little about love yourself, so it is hard for you to form a convincing rebuttal, but you muster up a few token arguments. You tell the princess that eating people isn't very nice, and neither is it strictly legal. A better way to show your gratitude to your servants would be with increased wages or increased holidays. The princess listens to your arguments, her expression astute, like a student poised to take notes in a very important lecture. Once you are finished, however, her concentration fails her. Her shoulders begin to shake, but it is not with remorse for what she has done. Instead, she's laughing. Huh? She mercied a whole court by herself. Oh great, she's into unfortunately, yes she is. Oh dear one, that's very funny. But why should I care about the law? I am a princess. One day I'll be the queen. I am the law. That is a good point. But would eating people not turn her subjects against her? What subjects? I'm no fool, you know. No matter how I might act, and I know what happens beyond the castle's walls. I know all about the plague. Once I might have had a populace to govern, but they're all gone now. I'm a princess in nothing but name only, a monarch without any subjects. A mix of Backseat and Peach. Oh, I know what you mean. Yeah. Don't you think that's sad? I know I do. It's so woefully lonely. If she feels lonely, then why has she been systemically slaughtering all of her domestics? It doesn't make a lick of sense. Save again. Perhaps not to you. Gently, the princess caresses your cheek. But I shouldn't judge you too harshly. As much as I like you, dear one, you are a commoner. Perhaps you can't understand the intricacies of my thoughts. Privately, you doubt that anybody would be able to understand the intricacies of the princess's thought process, largely because it is unreasonable. You do not say that, though. Instead, you ask her the only question you can think to ask with your wary throat. which is sore from shouting. Why? Why, you ask? The princess blinks. It's because I don't want you to leave me, of course. Everybody leaves sooner or later, whether they have pledged their allegiance to me or not. That is simply the way of the world. People are fickle and inconsistent. Even to me, a monarch. Excuse me, I need to drink again. You know you're Yuri. Oh, hydrate, thank you.
Drowningly refreshing.
Okay. That is why I decided to eat my servants. I had no choice, you see. It was the only way to ensure that they would never leave me. When you think about it, they should be grateful that I would demean myself so to consume their flesh and blood. I am magnanimous ruler, you see, and I treat all of my subjects equally. I love every single one of you, and naturally, I love you too. You have been awfully nice to me, and you are very pretty alongside it. If you were a plain, ugly girl, perhaps I would not shower you with affection quite as intense as this, but you've captured my heart. I think you're lovely. So, I'll bestow upon you the highest honor I can conceive of. Ah! I can't say that. Then we can stay together forever and ever. The princess leans in. You can feel her soft silken hair brushing against your cheeks. Can feel too the warmth of her breath as it ghosts against your skin. It is cold in the dungeon, but the princess's close proximity is perverse, though this might sound something of a comfort. Doom Yuri! Yeah, that's why she did that too. I was expecting something else. I was expecting that she was going to kill us and turn us into a doll. That's what I was expecting. But apparently, she has something much worse than what I thought. This is her crazy girlfriend. Her eyes are wide and her lips are so red. Her smile, meanwhile, is so sweet. I've been doing my best to fulfill the role that fate has dictated for me. But really, the princess exhales. Her eyes, which are boring into yours, are like two dark tarns. Finally, you think you can see in the alarming lack of light, the lack of anything, in the princess's gaze some degree of humanity. It gets so lonely here. But this brief flicker of understanding which passes between the pair of you is soon cut short. The princess dips her head. She parts her lips, which are as red as the petals of a carnivorous flower. Oh my god, she's just gonna straight up consume. Oh my god. Okay, let's put back the sad. Let's put back the sad and gross. She's in the wrong genre. You feel the princess's breath against your neck. It is warm in the icy chill of the dungeon, and you shudder from it. Oh my god, consummate the marriage like this. For a few moments, you think that this overture of the princesses could be romantic in a way, but this too comes to a swift, merciless close. Oh my god! The princess's mouth is in your neck. Can you hear the chewing, guys? Is my game loud enough? Can you guys hear the chewing at the back? The princess's teeth, sharp as needles, are in your flesh. You don't hear it? Okay, I'll up the volume. I'll up the volume. Oh, is that the right volume? Oh, that's the wrong volume. Up the volume. Is it too loud though? I think it's a little too loud, but you know, whatever. The princess is draining your blood. She's supping on it in great, greedy goblets like a hungry animal. One who cannot truly comprehend the harm it is causing. Even as the princess sups from you, her arms twined around your waist, you find you cannot hate her. She is far too unworldly. You are sure as your consciousness begins to fade that the princess was being sincere when she spoke of her love for her past servants. Elva! She's a cannibal! This is simply the way the princess expresses her great love of hers. A love which is so very abundant, it borders upon the monstrous. This truly is Slay the Princess. It is a love you never thought you would ever experience. This love of the princesses eclipses anything you have ever known before. It eclipses sanity. It eclipses reason. It eclipses all notions you might once have had of right or wrong. The princess, as you know full well, does not care about such concepts. You have always possessed a stubborn core, nestled beneath your weak-willed exterior, but the princess is even more stubborner? Is even stubborner? Isn't it is even more stubborn? Well, anyway, than you are. In the face of her love, you have met your match. I'm gonna save again. Can I still get away? The princess draws back desperately. You gasp for air, but she does not give you any quarter. Okay, we might hear another bite. As before, she dips her head, her red lips redder still with your blood, then splits apart her jaw. Her teeth, which are impossibly, inhumanely sharp, glint wickedly like knives. No, that's okay. I mean, that's true. At least you wouldn't have died. At least you wouldn't have died. But, at least it's not murder, so I'll give you that. Then she tears out your throat. Okay, I don't know if we'll hear it now. The front of your nightgown was white once. Oh, that's a good line. Now it is red. I wish they didn't add the now it is red. There is so much blood you can smell it when you inhale, sharper than metal. It is so potent you can taste it in your tongue. You try to inhale, but this task provides to be beyond you. What with the twin perforations that have ruptured your skin. Your attempted breaths, when they escape your lips, sound like sad, sorry wheezes. Your whole body, meanwhile, feels as though it is on fire. You make for quite the sorry sight indeed. But you'll forgive me if my sympathy is limited. You did bring this upon yourself, you know. Oh, okay, here's the question. It's near. You did bring this upon yourself, you know. You reap what you sow. And in your case, you made a series of bad decisions which led to your ultimate demise. Now, what do you want to do? Oh, okay, save. Now, what do I want to do? Together forever. Boop. Will you accept this fate of yours and rest in peace, or will you try to fight against it? Okay, I'm gonna save. This is the last question, I think. I'm gonna accept my fate, okay? What, really? You're fine with being eaten alive in a dark, dingy dungeon, than being left to rot? You keep snoozing the ad. Oh, I have to do this quick. That does not sound like a very satisfying ending to this particular narrative. But if that is what you want, then so be it. I do not mind indulging you. That is what I have always done after all, from the moment we first met. I have dedicated myself tirelessly to answering your wishes, and this is no different. Do not be so foolish to think, though, that you can escape me, even if your life's blood has mingled with that of the princess. Oh my god, the narrator is the one we're running away from! MC really went jokes on you. I'm into that. I'm not going to relinquish my hold upon you that easily. I did pledge, after all, to remain by your side, come what will, fire or flood. What the heck? I know! There's another lady! I will never leave you. You will never be lonely again. Okay, we can play the ad now. Oh, wait, never mind. We can't play the ad. Oh, wait, we can! I can manually put it, right? I'll put the shortest one just so that the notif doesn't run again. Yeah? I'll put the shortest one. I also need to use the bathroom. I need to use the bathroom and barf. No, just kidding. I need to because I've been drinking a lot of water. So let's take a short break again, okay? And then we'll look at the other ending. And then, I think it's gonna be the end though. I'm sorry, I really have to use the bathroom, alright? Okay, alright, right back.
The Shoshomatic Premium Earplugs by Evan Incorporated. Use it in concerts, at shooting ranges, at home, for the voices in your head. Get the silence you crave for and buy the Shoshomatic now. Introducing Evan's state-of-the-art data storage unit, the Floppy Digital. Sleek, elegant, and with a wicked sense of humor, you'll be the talk of the IT department. Buy now for $299.95. Being conscious of where our food comes from is 100% a valid concern. Our source of food impacts our diet, health, and productivity. That is why here in Evan Incorporated, we serve meat products straight from our partner farms. We've dedicated ourselves in providing nutritious, convenient, and all-natural produce. Start a healthy diet today with Belly Fully Thiazide. Side effects include diarrhea, cravings, hormonal imbalance, rashes, and paranoia. If symptoms persist, consult your doctor. No approved therapeutic claims. The Shoshomatic Premium Earplugs by Evan.
Okay, lower the game volume. It's too low. I hope that's enough. Can you guys still hear the game? I hope this is okay. It's too bad you guys didn't hear the crunching. There's a crunch crunch sound. Wait, what? Why does it say my ad's about to start? Wait, no! I already did an ad! What the hell? I thought if you put an ad, it's gonna cancel it. I'm so confused right now. Too low, I think, but it's good now. Okay, okay, good. Alright, come on, let's continue this. I will fight against my fate. Fight against my fate. That is a good answer, I must admit. I like it. It is impressive how very defiant you can be, even in a situation as discomforting as this. Now, try not to cry. Keep your chin up. It is but a minor setback in your story. Like all fair maidens, you are deserving of your own happy ending. What happened while you were gone? The princess is a cannibal. The princess ate her other servants. And now she is also going to kill me. She is technically already killing me. I am bleeding to death. You need only the strength to try and seek it out. Why don't we give this another go? Just try not to ensnare the heart of any more monarchs, particularly those with unusual appetites. You're destined for far higher purposes than being an entree, and there are vastly more enjoyable ways to be eaten in this world. Why would you say it that way? Yikes! Excuse me? Your fate is once again in your hands. Now I wonder, which path will you take? Okay, let's continue this. It's only been, I can stream for another, what? 30 minutes? What? It's nearly 9 o'clock. Okay, maybe just another 30 minutes. Yeah? That's fine. Okay. Are there any male characters in this game? Nah, this is a Yuri game. So, none. Everything's gonna be, strictly Yuri. So you want to go to the shore? Sure. Maybe we could get to at least a part where you establish new character. That's true. Let's do that. What will you discover there, I wonder? This night is far from over, and there are any number of adventures still awaiting you. I hope that you have prepared yourself in advance, and I do hope for your sake that you have learned how to swim. I have a sneaking suspicion that the skill might come in handy. I'm starting to think we don't need multiple saves. Okay. As in, you're in trouble when playing it. You follow the path which leads to the shore, supporting yourself in weary, aching limbs which feel ready to snap at the knee beneath the burden of your weight. You're a little more than a wisp of a girl, but you have been running for so very long, and your feet are so very numb. You feel like a great lumbering thing. Okay, it's saying the same thing so far. Didn't your first girlfriend kill you already? I went back in time. Okay. Or do you mean the narrator? I feel like the narrator is your first girlfriend. And then the 3 routes are your second girlfriends. You need to lie down quickly. You only hope, as you continue to run, that you will find a means to escape your current predicament by the shore. You do not know what awaits you, but you have a vision of a harbor extending out to the horizon, cradling a fleet of white-sailed fishing vessels. Surely there will be a kindly fisherman who will be waiting to take you far, far away in this boat, to a place where your pursuer will not be able to find you. You can imagine, too, the face of this kindly fisherman, a face you have lifted from the fairy tales you read in abundance as a small child. A second girlfriend, yeah. I don't know why when you, like, quote-unquote struggle against, you just go back in time. Which, yeah, I'm wondering if the very first girlfriend is, doing something magical in the background. You will have thick, bushy eyebrows and a dark brown beard streaked through with gray. Oh my god, there really will be an ad. I can't snooze it anymore. That's not right. I thought... What the heck, Twitch? Well, it's alright. I think the whole part here will just be a description. Not yet. Maybe after the stream. He will look intimidating at a glance, but he will be fiercely protective of you, just like a father. You do not know what fathers are supposed to be like. You are only imagining. It is your imagination, however, which grants you the strength needed to keep going. To doing something magical, alright. You run to the shore. It takes some time before you finally emerge from the woods, but finally you do it. How much time, you ask? I cannot answer that. Did I not say that time had begun to lose all its meaning? The forest is behind you now. At least, and all the awful nightmares that lurk within it. It is still cold though, and still foggy. It is still dark too. The sun has yet to rise. You can see the moon more clearly now as it hangs above your head. Round as any pearl or orb or crystal ball. The moonlight shines down upon the vertiginous cliffs, which plummet sharply downwards to an array of sharp, spiky rocks below. You felt, upon escaping the woods, a degree of hope, but the sight of these weather-blasted cliffs give you pause. You inhale, then you frown. Now, what are you to do? You did not think this plan of yours through very well. Not that you had much in the way of a plan in the first place. There is little in the way of civilization here. The cliffs are far from the village. How far? You do not know. And you cannot see any houses. Where exactly will you rest your weary head? And what of your weary legs? Fitfully you look around. Vale? I think that was just her talking about what she imagined might be what the fisherman looks like, right? There's nobody to your east, nor is there anybody to your west. There's no point in looking south. That is the way you came. And when you look to the north, the world falls away from you. The cliffs are too steep to scale, and it is too dark. Naturally, there's not a soul here to help you. The 7 evil exes, aside from Gideon, was preferable over this. Yeah, at least the 7 evil exes had, like, I don't know, cool fighting styles. You are on your own. You feel so overwhelmed, you could very well cry. You do not cry, however. You know what? That tears have never helped anyone. You got yourself into this mess. Now you need to get yourself out of it. It is with this thought in mind that you inhale a lungful of salty oceanic air. Then you begin your exploration in earnest. You keep away from the edge of the cliffs, afraid that you might slip and take a sudden, unfortunate tumble into the abyss below. You are not as attached to your mortal body as some humans are, but you do not want to die. You still care for yourself, if only a little, and it is the sense of self-preservation which compels you onwards. You glance this way and that, depressing the tall grass beneath your shoes as you reach for a place of shelter. Surely there must be somewhere. You cannot see any likely-looking settlements, but what is that over yonder? Could that be a roof? You hurry onwards, hope budding anew in your heart, until at long last you reach your destination. The vegan basis wasn't too bad, maybe? He broke the vegan rules. There's a house, after all, out there in the wilds. Though it doesn't at a glance look very welcoming. I do wonder, though, why he participated in the evil exes thing when he's already in a relationship with Envy. Like, what's the point? What is it? You have a new relationship. You could be happy about that. But then you decided to participate in the 7 evil exes. Huh? What's wrong? Roxy, though. Roxy seems like she's still attached. Right? I understand why she would participate. There's a house. Oh, wait. Did I say this? Oh, yeah. The solitary house that you have discovered not so far from the cliff is rather unremarkable. The movie guy just wanted to be included. It is so small and squat, you cannot imagine it contains within it more than one floor. You cannot even imagine that it contains much more than one room. Though it is dark, it is not dark enough to mask that the cottage has something of a slant to it. It is leaning listlessly to one side, like a drunken sailor. The thatched roof, meanwhile, which tops this dwelling, has certainly seen better days. There's a hole in the thatch. There are several holes, in fact, and parts of it look particularly bare, almost bald. That is rather concerning. Should it rain, you will not be properly protected from the elements. Can you really stay the night in such a place? You have some misgivings, but do your misgivings matter really when there's nowhere else to go? It is not as though you have any other options. It is with a sense of defeat, therefore, that you approach the cottage, which sticks out of the earth like a tombstone. Part of you wants to turn back, but you know that would be foolish. The windows of the cottage are dark. That does not necessarily mean it is empty. It is rather late at night, after all. Whoever lives here, if indeed anybody does live here, might be asleep. You cannot imagine the owners of this cottage will appreciate being roused very late at night. You cannot let yourself worry too much about the small details, however. Otherwise, you will never get anywhere. You swallow. The taste of the salty sea breeze is pungent in the back of your nostrils. Then, you rap the knuckles of your right fist on the door. You rap quietly at first, but you do not hear any resultant shuffling inside the cottage. Perhaps you did not use enough strength. Emboldened, you rap your knuckles on the door for the second time, more loudly this time. You wait a few moments, but still you cannot hear anything. Perhaps the cottage is unoccupied after all. You knock for a third time, then wait. Third time is, as they say, the charm. But for all that, your knocking goes unanswered. Well, nobody can say that you did not try. More intrigued now than anxious, your fingers find the handle of the door. You pull it down and, to your surprise, it yields easily. You know, if your first girlfriend is just God, you could be a modern girl which explains the astrophysics thing. Actually, yeah. Yeah. That makes sense. The MC hasn't said anything else about the modern day, though. Only the astrophysicist. So I'm unsure as well. The door swings back for you as if by magic. It feels almost as if this was preordained. Oh, that's scary. I don't like that. I don't want to live here. Dang. You step foot inside the cottage, which is very dark, and glance around. It is hard to see given the lateness of the hour, but the cottage's interior is about as inspiring as its exterior. Which is to say, not very. It is every bit as small and as cramped as you fancied when you observed it from the outside. There are a few cupboards which line the walls, a wood fire which has since been extinguished, and a straw pallet on the floor which must function as a bed. Your search is unsuccessful, however, when it comes to trying to locate other humans. No! No! She's not, well, actually, with how she was saying things in the end, maybe she is a little bit, I guess. You cannot find another soul. Surely that is your benefit, though. If nobody else lives here, then you might as well make yourself at home. Or as at home as one can be, I suppose, in a small, cramped cottage such as this, with holes in the roof. You close the door behind you, then approach the straw pallet. All of a sudden, you feel incredibly weary. The tiredness that assails your limbs is absolute, so intense it overcomes the last of your concerns. Settle down upon the straw pallet, yawning as you do. It is not comfortable, but being able to lie down eases some of your aches and pains. Lying down, even on an uncomfortable makeshift bed such as this one, is better than standing. It is far, far better than running. Your eyelids fall shut, Your lashes melt together, and soothed by the sound of the wind and the distant rolling of the waves, you fall asleep. Then you begin to dream. It is not uncommon, of course, to dream. The best and the worst of us do it, from queens in their castles to peasants sleeping in the straw. Who is to say that all you have observed tonight has not, in a sense, been a dream of its own? Would that make your nighttime fancies, then, a dream inside a dream? Perhaps our dreams are empty, hollow things stacked inside one another, like little wooden dolls. Is that not a whimsical thought? How very droll. Your dreams, however, cannot be called whimsical, and neither are they particularly droll. They are not pure fabrications, as dreams sometimes are, fleeting fancies which can never come to pass. Your dreams are for a rather more pernicious sort. In your dreams, you are at the conservatoire, with your red hair tied back into two prim, proper braids. They called it red. I thought it looked pink, but I guess she's considered red hair. Dreams in a dream? Are we going cosmic? Maybe. You're walking through the courtyard, clutching your books to your chest as you make your way to the library. Your head is bowed so as not to look at the faces of your passing classmates. You do not want to meet their eyes. These girls with their sensible braids and their sensible shoes are merciless. Oh, Graves did mention red. Oh, okay. Maybe it's just the coloring of the artist that wanted a bit pinkish. But in-game conversation, they'll say red. Yeah, light pink. You hunch your shoulders together in this dream of yours so as not to draw their attention. But alas, I'm sorry, I'm yawning. Why? I need more coffee. Wait, no, it's already late. I didn't get enough coffee, I guess. It is not enough. You stumble, clumsy thing that you are, and you fall. And just like that, all eyes are upon you. They're staring at you. They're laughing at you. You lay there in the ground by the fountain, your books scattered and your skirt in a woeful state of disarray. Your knee hurts. Is it bleeding? You examine your injured leg, trying not to cry. And as this transpires, you hear a voice. One of your classmates is calling out to you. She has acknowledged you. You look up shyly, tears beating in your eyes, at a girl taller than you and prettier and much more refined. It's the first girlfriend. She extends her hand towards you. Does she mean to help you? It cannot hurt to try, can it? Hesitantly, you reach out to accept her offered aid. Her fingers curl around yours tightly, perhaps too tightly. Her nails dig into your skin. Oh, nope, never mind. Never mind. It hurts. Deftly, the girl pulls you to your feet. Your legs feel weak from your fall and your knees still aching, still bleeding. You stumble, feeling out of sorts, but you are not afforded much of an opportunity to gather your bearings. The girl's hands are on your shoulders. She is laughing at you. Then she is pushing you. The sound of the fountain and the running water which drums against your basin is all of a sudden very loud. It is overwhelming. It surrounds you. Then it engulfs you. It is cold as ice. You cannot breathe. The rushing of water continues, echoing in your eardrums over and over, and then... No, you do not want to remember this. What good will it do? It is in the past, where the past ought to remain. You are never going to go back, not even in your dreams. It is this determination which forces you back to the world of the waking with a start. You gasp like a fish as you sit upright, your eyes unnaturally wide. You feel wearied from a lack of sleep, and with half-lidded eyes, you glance about. It is still dark inside your cottage, the sky visible from beyond the windows splashed still with stars. How long were you asleep? You're not sure. Your dream was so very detailed. It really did feel that you have been transported into a different time, into a different place. When you inhale, you can taste rank, coated, coated water in your mouth. Tentatively, you pat yourself down, your fingers trailing against the front of your uniform. Hmm. I think these intros before each new character are in order instead of based on their route. Yeah, I think so too, because it's giving us more information, right? So like it doesn't matter what route you choose, the narration part at the start will be the same, maybe. Or at least the dream parts. There's supposed to be 3, yeah. But I feel like there's a 4th narrator. That hurt. That hurt my throat. So vivid was your dream. You half expect to find that your clothes are damp. That is not the case, however. You are in fact perfectly dry. Well, now what are you to do? Will you go back to sleep? That sounds like the best option available to you. You are very tired, but your senses feel too overwrought. All of a sudden, for sleep. Don't die, voice. You do not think you could bear it. On unsteady legs, you rise to your feet, then stand by the window. You look out to the starry sky and to the pitted moon, which hangs amongst them, and you frown. Not sure if you should. I'll drink. My throat is like, it doesn't. You know how when you're sick, when you swallow water, it hurts. It's not like that, but it is scratchy. Like I want to do that, but it doesn't hurt. Except earlier when I coughed, that was a bad cough. But at least it doesn't have like the soreness that I really hate that. You think it's gonna get worse? I even ate chocolate brownies. It might get worse. Well, whatever. I have back to doll, if ever. That might solve the problem. You look out to the starry sky and to the pitted moon. Oh, I already read that. My bad. I'll find out tomorrow, indeed. You can hear the window outdoors howling like an injured animal, and more softly, the ebb and flow of the waves as they meet the cliffs. Wait, no, I can't get sick tomorrow. I'm gonna play Cookie Run. But that is not all. What is that sound? Why, it is almost like singing. Maybe steam or hot tea. I do have a bunch of tea I can use. I have a green tea. I have Assam Thai tea. I have mint. I have... What else do I have? I have osmanthus. Well, maybe I'll look at what I can drink. Or I could just drink my root beer. Okay, I'll think about it. Am I gonna be healthy or am I gonna enjoy my root beer? Who knows? The voice is far away enough that you cannot pick out any individual words, nor even the individual syllables, but there is a haunting quality to it all. The singer, whoever they are, possesses quite a pretty voice, high and clear like a bell. High and clear like a bell. I'm doing a Paimon voice for this next character, okay? Root is from the ground like tea is from leaves. For every different teas or root beers. I only have, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 different teas. 2 of them are gifts. And then one of them was free from the hotel. And then another one bought. The mint one was bought. Good luck doing Paimon for 2 hours. I hope I recover by Monday because I think we're gonna... So we're gonna meet the character and then I'll continue this route on Monday. Though it's kind of sad because the Cat Mail Co game is out on Monday. I wanted to play that, but I also want to know how the story ends. So maybe I'll delay the Cat Co game and just continue this. Maybe. Yeah. Curiosity takes root inside you, and it did during that fateful day you found that book in the library. Logically, you know you should not go outdoors to seek the source of that singing. But emotionally, that is another matter altogether. You really should have learned your lesson by now. You should know better than to go sticking your nose into business which does not concern you. I wonder if we repeat the story if we have a choice to not do certain things. So like the game makes you do the worst route and you have no choice. But then maybe later on we have a choice and we can look for like the happy ending. Maybe. I really hope we can do that because that would be great. I don't know who to go for yet though. But naughty little girls such as you never do learn. You cross the old fisherman's cottage as though in a dream, then reach for the handle of the door. The handle depresses easily enough beneath your grasping fingers, and the door opens with a click. The rest of the world yawns before you, framed in the doorway, all of it bathed in moonlight. You thought it was cold inside the old cottage, but it is colder still now that the door is open. Maybe if you beat a psycho one, you win the game. You cannot out crazy me! Like that. An unpleasant wind rushes forth to meet you, knifing mercilessly through the fabrics of your uniform. You look across the cold, inhospitable landscape, your fingers clenched into fists at your sides. Then you step out into the unknown. You canvass the cliff face, led by nothing more than that luxurious singing. So haunting and ethereal is this voice. As it hangs on the breeze, it would be enough to send 1,000 ships off to war. If I use the Paimon voice, the ethereal voice is completely lost. The Mora girl? No, I'm scared. I don't want to die a slow and painful death. Never mind, the grave digger is also slow and painful death. Everybody's a slow and painful death. Man. No, don't eat that! You keep walking into the night until you reach the very edge of the cliff where they drop downwards into empty air. You ought not to go further, but the voice has yet to cease. I honestly can't pick between the two we know so far. Yeah, they're both kind of scary to me, honestly. I honestly don't... I am afraid of a yandere trope, really. I am afraid of a toxic relationship. You can still hear it echoing inside your head. It compels you to act. You look down at the shore, which seems like a dizzying distance away, then out to the ocean, which is breaking against the scattered rocks below. Oops. Your eyes narrow with determination. Then you take a step towards the cliff. The cliffs are steep and the rocks below them are sharp. You can see them glinting in the darkness, their tips jagged like the teeth of hungry predators. The cold wind blows, rocking your hair, and you shudder from it. Your shoes were not built for scaling cliffs, and your heels do not have much in the way of purchase, particularly not when the cliffs are so steep. Clinging to the cliffs is no small feat, yet you are determined to ease yourself down into the shore, in one piece, preferably. The wind is so powerful, it feels as though there is something deliberately malicious to it. You wonder during your descent if it means to knock you off your perch on purpose, to cast you down to the rocks below. These aren't toxic. They worse. True, that's true. Well, if that is what it wants, then you refuse to give it the satisfaction. You can be awfully stubborn at times, and now is one of them. You You continue to climb. How long have you been at it now? Until at last, your feet meet the shoreline below. You have made it, and you did not sustain too many injuries. Your palms are throbbing, yes, after gripping these rocks. And you might have a few cuts, but your wounds are of a shallow and superficial sort. Things could have been worse. You flex your fingers, they feel uncomfortably numb and cold alongside it. Your skin is prickling, but at least you can still feel discomfort. At least it is still attached to your bones where it ought to be, your vital organs concealed within the hollow cavity of your body. Why is she saying it that way? Oh my god. What is the third lady gonna do to us? You have a lot to be thankful for. This night has, by and large, been quite successful. There is no longer any obstacles between you and the mysterious voice which lulled you outdoors. Foreshadowing. Now you must find them. You set off down the shore on the hunt of the singing voice which has captivated you so. You remember getting eaten? Maybe. That's also what I thought. But at the same time, maybe it's also foreshadowing. But it could also just be a memory, right? Oops, did I skip something? Okay. You sidestepped sharp, jagged rocks, which, which jut out of the sand like teeth. Why is it autoing? Stop! I don't want to auto. How to remove auto? Okay. The rocks which cannot be circumnavigated, meanwhile, you climb over. Clamber over. All the while, the sound of the sea mingles with that of the singing. It provides you eternal haunting. It provides you an ethereal, haunting backdrop to your exploration, one which further adds to the surreality of your moonlight stroll. The waves lap against the shore, then recede shyly, pushed and pulled by the bleached white moon which hangs overhead. Pre-shadowing. The ocean that you have seen in your library books were all blue as sapphire, but this ocean is different. It's so late at night, it looks black instead. The undulating surface of the water reminds you of a mirror, though its depths are even deeper and much more mysterious. A sense of foreboding settles upon you, but you try to squash it. You will not let yourself be afraid. Mermaid! She has bones on her, guys. She literally has bone accessories. She's gonna pick us apart and accessorize. You round a corner, your feet unsteady in their sensible brown shoes, and then at long last, you see her. There's a woman sitting upon a rock out in the ocean. The woman's eyes are closed and her lips are parted, her expression soulful. She is singing. Her hair, which is fair, flutters around her face like a shroud, which adds to her otherworldly aura. Her eyes might be closed, but her lashes are long and luxuriant, like a doll's. Her lips, meanwhile, which are parted in song, are soft like the freshly plucked petals of a flower. Her face is perfect, as are her proportions. Her neck is tall and slender like the stem of a flower. As for the lower half of her body, meanwhile, well, fish! Girl slay! Maybe after she eats you again. It's nothing like anything you have ever seen before. It is here and here alone that the woman betrays your narrow human definitions of beauty, for her legs are non-existent. Could she be the one? At least it's not a fish head. True. Cope. Rather than two awkward appendages, this woman has instead the sleek, shimmering tail of a fish. Is she not then a human? Okay, remember when you said I should out crazy them? What if I prepare some sashimi? She cannot be. Not with a tail like that. This unusual sight makes you gasp, and quite audibly at that. This Yuri, not you. Just want sushi. Yeah, I kind of want some salmon right now. That's exactly what the princess said, and we died. You do not mean to be rude, but you cannot help yourself. Humans tend to react poorly to things they do not understand. At least you do not scream. That would be even ruder. Isn't it more rude? Is it ruder? I don't know. Alright, this is a Paimon voice, right? Oh my! That's so bad. That's so sad. I'm gonna hear the Paimon voice. You meant to observe the mermaid from a distance, but it would appear that your shocked gasp was loud enough to attract her attention. The fish-tailed vision sitting upon the rock is looking at you. Her gaze is so piercing, it feels almost as if she's looking through you. Your heart seems to stop inside your chest, as if by some manner of magical spell. You thought the mermaid pretty when first you observed her, sitting on the outcrop of rock, her face turned in profile. Now she's looking at you, however, you can see that you were mistaken. She's not just pretty, she's beautiful. So much so, it's almost unnerving. She says that about everybody she sees. At least it's technically not cannibalism. That's true. That's true. Different species can eat. I'm surprised. She looks as though she has stepped out of the pages of a picture book. She's simply too perfect to belong to this world. Perhaps she's some kind of vision, a waking dream, a hallucination. She's also describing them the same way. But no, she's none of those. Her tail might be an impossible thing, but its scales look sleek and wet regardless, like those of any fish one might find in the market. These scales are iridescent, and bathed beneath the light of the moon, they seem almost to glow. The sight of her rather takes your breath away. You look at the mermaid, she looks back at you. You prepare yourself, expecting some sort of altercation, but the surprise soon fades from the mermaid's face. Her lips, which were pursed in a frown, now shift upward. She's smiling. She's gonna kill you! Then she says in a refined sort of way. Refined? Refined? Am I really gonna use Paimon with a refined voice? I should have used the Paimon voice for the princess, no? Because the princess didn't have a refined voice.
My, it really is good to see a human again, particularly a human girl. I was beginning to fear that your kind had all disappeared, and I would no longer have anybody left to tell me of the world above the water.
My, that was quite the elusive greeting. The mermaid's introductory speech is positively brimming with excitement of a sweet, girlish variety. Thank you. She's rather more amicable than the fine polish of her syllables would make one suggest. She's supposed to be refined! Okay, when we do the route again later, guys, when I redo the story of each of them, the princess will have the Paimon voice, okay? And then this one will have the princess voice. Because the princess wasn't supposed to have a refined voice. That's what we'll do, alright? But for now, we'll stick with Paimon. Okay? You might be a well-bred lady yourself with an accent to match, but you cannot help but feel overwhelmed. Anxiously, you observe the mermaid and you ask her what she means. What happened?
As to that, I'm afraid I cannot say. I have been sitting in these rocks and singing for many, many nights, but nobody has come to see me. There have been no lovely humans for me to play with. I was beginning to wonder whether your kind has disappeared altogether. I feared some manner of calamity had occurred while I was slumbering beneath the water's surface, and your kind had been eradicated.
You shudder, then reassure the mermaid to contrary. Why not a vegetative voice? I don't know how to do that. You do not know about the humans that she used to speak with, but you at least have not been eradicated. You are still here.
Yes, well, I can see that.
The mermaid answered with a light laugh.
It really is a relief. My fellow mer people who live beneath the water told me not to worry so, but I could not help myself. I have always been fond of you humans. It was rather sobering. Sitting here night after night, all on my own. It gets so lonely here.
Okay, title drop! Let's end it there. I'm gonna overwrite this, I guess. Yeah. We shall end it on the title drop. One more time. There you go. And I shall now watch my games. It's 9:11 p.m. on my end, and I should really rest. I haven't had dinner yet. I'm probably gonna eat popcorn though. So, either way, I was about to say time check.
Did we learn anything today, chat? We learned that we should not eat our loved ones. That is also very painful. Don't eat your loved ones. Also, don't eat poop, please, unless it's for medical reasons,
which, you know, sometimes you got to. There's actually, it's actually a solution for certain stuff. But, yeah. Only when it's for medical reasons, okay? Alright? So let's end it there. Very few cases. Very rare, yeah. It's like when you, ruin your gut bacteria is the only reason why you would have to do it. And you'll have to have ruined it, like, immensely for that to be, yeah, none. Yeah, you have to have ruined your gut bacteria, like, a lot for that to be what's prescribed to you.
So, please don't eat it. You might get E. coli.
And that's also just as bad. Alright? Be careful out there, guys. Be careful.
So I will end the stream now and rest my voice. Hopefully I don't get sick. Yeah? And hopefully I win tomorrow!
What? Okay, let's look for someone to raid. Let's see. Elva's not online, but Matilde is. Can go back to Matilde. Oh! But Matilda's gonna be like, why? Now let's bother Matilde. It's alright. What's he gonna do? Get mad? Huh. Oh yeah? Alright then. So thank you guys for joining me. Thank you. Don't get sick. I hope I don't. But let's see, right? I'll surprise you on Monday. I'm gonna be like, I can't talk on Monday, so we're gonna do a silent stream or something like that. We're going to tell them you love getting no. Okay, it's a good thing we're going to Matilde, because if it was someone else, then yikes. So once again, thank you guys for joining me, and I hope to see you guys next time. We'll continue this on Monday. Thank you and goodbye.